Is it by the cemetery up there? Am I thinking the right spot? Okay. Okay.
Yeah, cemetery is just on the Colton side. So.
We're getting ready to go live.
Whoa.
We're live. Good evening and welcome to our closed session for Tuesday, May 4th. Could you go ahead and start this at 5:02, Nicole?
Yes, sir.
Can you take roll call, please?
Councilmember Santos.
Here.
Councilmember Finn.
Here.
Councilmember Martinez.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem White is absent at the moment. Mayor Lara.
Here. And I'll make a note, Nicole, to correct the, for Mr. Pro Tem White. Nicole, do we, in response to Riverside County currently in the orange tier, which allows for indoor gathering with modifications, this meeting will be open to the public and conducted in a virtual format to be inclusive of all participation preferences. Public comment participation is encouraged by emailing any comments to the city clerk's office or by calling in using the phone number provided on the front of the agenda. Nicole, do we have any public comments at this time?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line this evening.
Let the notes reflect that Mayor Pro Tem White is here at 5:03, please.
Noted.
Mr. Parton, can you please read closed session items for discussion?
Yes, Mayor. City Council will adjourn into closed session to discuss 4 items. Item 1, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. City designated representative, City Manager Todd Parton, and Administrative Services Director Carrie Mendoza. Employee organizations, Beaumont Police Officers Association and SEIU. Item 2, conference with legal counsel regarding potential initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D4, 1 potential case. Conference with real property negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 for property known as portions of APNs 418-190-004, 418-190-005, and 418-190-006. Agency negotiator, City Manager Todd Parton or his designee. Negotiating parties, City of Beaumont and Orem Capital under negotiation, price and terms. And 4, conference with legal counsel regarding 1 potential initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D4, 1 potential case.
Thank you, sir. And with that, we will adjourn to closed session.
Aye.
I have new one of these. So when you're done talking, you can take yours off. I'll put the trash can over here, and then I'll just put a stack up there for you guys.
We do have to keep it on.
Good.
While we talk, or we take it in?
Technically, yes, but HR says, all of us stay in a room. I like it on, so
How's it going?
from your down.
That doesn't look like a Raiders hat.
Hey.
Okay,
I'm
we're live.
trying to pick up my boys, they're in slump right now.
Are they? Sorry about that.
Okay,
They could be Rangers.
evening, we are back from closed session. Mr. Pinckney, can you please report out?
Yes, Your Honor. The council met in closed session. Item number 1 was conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, city designated representatives, city manager Todd Part, and Administrative Services Director Carrie Mendoza. The employee organizations, the Beaumont Police Officers Association and SEIU. 957.6, city designated representatives, city manager Todd Part, and Administrative Services.
Right here, Drew dancing with this.
Okay, I fixed it.
Okay. There was no reportable action on item number 1 in closed session. Item number 2 was conference with legal counsel regarding potential initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4. One potential case, there was no reportable action. Item 3 was conference with real property negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 for property known as portions of APN 418-190-004, 418-190-005, and 418-190-006. Agency negotiator, city manager Todd Partnor as designee. Negotiating party, City of Beaumont and Orem Capital. Under negotiation price and terms, there was no reportable action on that item. And we did not have a discussion on item 4. And that concludes the report out from closed session.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pinckney. And so we will start the regular session for Tuesday, May 4th at 6:23. Yeah. Nicole, can I have roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Councilmember Santos?
Here.
Councilmember Fenn?
Here.
Councilmember Martinez?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Here.
Mayor Lara?
Here. We've got, on action request for excused absences, we have Treasurer Giannetti has an excused absence this evening, so he will not be reporting out. Councilmember Finn, can you please lead us in Pledge of Allegiance?
Sure. Please stand, everybody. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, we don't have any announcements. This brings us to the public comment period. In response to Riverside County currently in the orange tier, which allows for indoor gathering with modifications, this meeting will be open to the public and conducted in a virtual format to be inclusive of all participation preferences. Public comment participation is encouraged by emailing any comments to the city clerk's office or by calling and using the phone number provided on the front of the agenda. Are there any public comments, Nicole?
Yes. We have, just gonna let you know how many. 4, 6, 7. So I have 7 speakers total, so we have 3 in the room and then we'll rotate more in.
Okay, and you have the stopwatch available?
Yeah, let me, Okay, so first speaker is Richard Condi.
Good evening, Council. My name is Richard Condi. I've been in the Parks and Rec Department for 3.5 years now. I'm a resident of Beaumont and have been here my whole life. I'm raising my family here. I love this city. Tonight, we as employees are asking you to keep the fairness agreement because the city has a history of treating its employees fairly. for the services they provide. The community appreciates the services which are provided to them in the city, a safe and clean place to live. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Next speaker is Selena Cabrera.
You put this thing on first? Ooh, these are sophisticated.
Sorry, I should open them all.
They're childproof. I got it. Just a little hesitation here. Oh, it's like a little mitten. That's so cute. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Selena Cabrera, and I'm a lifelong resident of Beaumont. I was born here, went to school here, raised a family, and am fortunate to have a 15-year career here. Like myself, many of my coworkers have been with the city for extended amounts of time, most of us over 10 years. We're a family of civil servants who care about Beaumont, and we also care about being treated fairly. I'm here tonight on behalf of myself, as well as my fellow SEIU members. Specifically, I'm here to talk about our contract and the fairness agreement. SEIU members are the workers of Beaumont. Our jobs consist of doing whatever is necessary to keep Beaumont functioning and beautiful. We process and organize paperwork, offer customer service, fix the vehicles, drive the buses, upkeep the parks, fix the streets, and keep the wastewater treatment plant running smoothly. We are the backs of Beaumont. We are essential workers. In times of disaster, pandemic, and emergency preparations, you have counted on SEIU members to respond. In 2016, negotiation contracts came in a time of the city's financial distress. SEIU members did not hesitate to support our city and to protect our coworkers from the looming layoffs by giving up many benefits that we had long had. Benefits that other companies and cities commonly offer, such as tuition reimbursement and city-matched retirement contributions. We gave up these benefits because we care about our city. We care about our coworkers. We care about what is right and what is fair. In return, the city made a promise to SEIU, a promise memorialized in a document called the Fairness Agreement, a promise that no represented or unrepresented group will have a cost of living increase, an increase in wages, benefits, or reimbursement programs unless the same is afforded to SEIU. Now, here we are, 6 years later, and we're under another MOU negotiation. Because of the pandemic, the city painted a gloomy picture of future finances. And SEIU understood that, again, our city may be faced with a problem. So because we are fair, we did not negotiate for step increases, COLA increases, benefit reinstatements, or benefit increases. We left that all off the table because that is what's fair and what's reasonable. In return to our fairness, the city countered a demand for SEIU to give up the fairness agreement. The city continues to demand, despite SEIU's effort to show that this is an important document for the culture and morale of your workers. What is SEIU to make of the city's insistence? The fairness agreement is symbolic to the promises made and has become a part of Beaumont's culture. It is a document stating that the city cares about what is fair and right for its employees. It is a morale and motivation booster. The city's insistence to abolish the fairness agreement can only mean that the city does not want to be fair. We humbly ask that you reconsider the position that the city has taken regarding the agreement and leave the document in place. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your comment.
Next speaker is Leonard Ceniceros.
Hello. My name is Leonard Ceniceros. I'm with the grounds department. I've been with them for going on 14 years now. And in that time, I've been a proud city employee. And a member of SEIU. And I put city employee in front of that, always. We've been we've been working for the last year and a half nonstop. The grounds department never stopped. We've always been out there taking care of what needs to be taken care of. Always knowing in the back of our minds that the city was always going to be fair with us. And all we're basically asking is that the fairness keeps going, because I know we can be fair on both sides. I worked in Beaumont all my life. I've raised my family in Beaumont, and I've raised my kids, and now I'm raising my granddaughter. And I like to see that all the way through as she grows up. And I want to do that as a city employee. And keeping the Fairness Agreement Act is going to help that, if not make it possible. I had mixed feelings on when I found out that the city wanted to get rid of it. I know there's reasons and this and that, but for me, it's just for what your employees do out in the trenches. It just boggles my mind that something like that would go away, because we give you blood, sweat, and tears almost every day. And I just always expected my city that I grew up in just to be fair and stay fair with us. I've known you, Mayor Lara, for a while, and you, Councilman Finn. We worked together. We coached against each other. And you guys have always been fair to me, and I've always been fair to you. And I just like to see that fairness continue as a professional relationship. But like I said, I don't want to talk about COVID. It's over. I want to start new. And I just hope the city can start new with us with the new Fairness Agreement Act. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Covers for the mics that you can use. I'm going to take my mics off, and here's some new ones here. And I'll call you guys up, okay? Okay, next speaker is Ralph. Sorry, right when you sat down, huh?
Don't get too comfortable.
These are harder to open than they look.
I know, there's a flap there. Sorry.
How's everybody doing?
Good.
For those that I don't know, I know a few of you. My name is Ralph Gleason. I have 17 years of service with the city. I just wanted to make a comment. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But it seems to be that every time we come into contract negotiations, we're looked upon as just the gardeners. And we're much more than that. We're an extension of the city's emergency services. Every time something goes wrong, when everybody's safe at home, we're out there. Sometimes 2, 3 in the morning. It doesn't matter. It's what we signed up for. But we also signed up for the city to be fair to us. And we're hoping that will continue, because we will continue to serve, because we love our community. We serve because the community is not just our family, it's our friends, people that we've met through the years. And we take a lot of pride in what we do. We just hope that you would continue to keep the Fairness Act, because that's a way of you guys showing that we matter. Because right now it feels like every time we negotiate, you're just negotiating with the gardeners, not for what we actually do for the city. And we're proud to do what we do. I think the city's very fortunate to have the employees that they have, because anybody out there, if there's an emergency, that's who I'm going to call. So I think you guys need to recognize that you have a lot of people here that care about their friends, their families, and their neighbors. They love this town. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next speaker is Shane Sissons.
Sorry. I'm not complaining, I'm just trying to follow the protocols.
I got all my shots and then a few extra ones.
All right, sorry for the noise. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Shane Sissons. I've been a longtime resident of Beaumont. I've had the opportunity to go to schools in Beaumont, and I'm raising a family in Beaumont. And I'm even more fortunate to work for the city of Beaumont. In June, I'll have been working for the city for 15 years. I'm here tonight on behalf of myself and other SEIU members to talk about the Fairness Agreement. The members of SEIU are the backbone of the city, not only for the government level, but for the residents themselves. We do various tasks from clerical work, permitting, customer service, park maintenance, street maintenance, operate the wastewater facility, and transport residents throughout the town, just to name a few. Many of the people who stand outside that you can hear have been here for over 10 years. We're not only a team for the city of Beaumont, but a family. We love our city. A few negotiation periods ago, SEIU members knew the city was heading towards financial troubles. SEIU came together and gave up many benefits that we had in an effort to help save the city from further ruin and to protect the jobs of our fellow coworkers when layoffs were evident. Layoffs still came, but the amazing thing is that most of the SEIU members that were laid off figured out ways to come back and continue to serve the city of Beaumont and still work to this day. SEIU gave up benefits that other companies and cities commonly offer: medical reimbursements, tuition reimbursements, deferred comp, retirement matching. We gave those up because we love our city. Because of the Fairness Agreement, the city made a promise to be fair. The Fairness Agreement is a promise that no other group, represented or not, will receive a benefit, a program, or a wage increase unless the same can be offered to the rest. Merriam-Webster says the definition of fairness is fair or impartial treatment, lack of favoritism towards one side or another. When I think of SEIU members, my mind goes back to one time when city employees were woken up in the middle of the night to respond to a resident's house, where due to an ongoing rainstorm, the garage was flooding and water levels were rising. Members stood in the rain, closing streets, operating pumps from late hours of the night to early hours in the morning until the rain stopped to keep a house from flooding. I can't help but think of all the bus drivers going around town, taking people to Walmart, doctors' offices during the pandemic. The time the bus drivers would put in long hours for transportation to visitors of the Cherry Festival after a regular day's schedule, or how maintenance staff could clean up a park in the early hours of the morning to have it presentable for the next day after an event. We are here today under another MOU negotiation. Things started at the onset of the pandemic, doom and gloom on the horizon. With this in mind, SEIU did not pursue step increases, COLA increases, pursue any of the lost benefits we had given up in the past. Nothing. In response to this, the city demanded that SEIU give up the Fairness Agreement. The promise that was made is now under assault. The promise that has become a way of life for many working the city, a symbol, a sign. The city would always look out for its employees. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Next speaker is Santiago Rodriguez.
How you guys doing?
All right.
My name is Santiago Rodriguez Jr., and I've been living in the city for 14 years now, and I love it. I've been working with the city now for 2 years with Parks and Rec, and one of the best things I've ever done. Just being a new employee, I had no idea how much my coworkers and I would be first in the front lines, like Ralph was saying, you know. During the pandemic, I mean, when it started, you know, we were out there from the very beginning, knowing, you know, the dangers, and never stopped. We never stopped during all that. During the the Black Lives Matter movement strike, we were called in to protect the city hall, not knowing what was going to happen. When the fires, our hillsides were burnt, we were in danger of the hills collapsing, and I think it was a lieutenant, right? The lieutenant came and talked to us and basically told us that our lives were going to be in danger if we were to go out there and help. If a severe weather came down, the rain, and honestly, I was pretty scared that day. I don't know, I was like, I'm a city employee, I work at Parks and Rec, but now he's telling me to, your life is in danger if you're gonna go out there, and you guys will. I kind of went back home and I was like, man, told my wife, my son, and they kind of looked at me shocked too. But I just don't think the city of Beaumont or a lot of people know the things that we do and how much we put our lives in the line. I know, like he says, a lot of people think we're just gardeners, but every day we put our lives in the line, just working on the street, not knowing if a car is going to come by and hit us. And I just, I want to thank, the city for giving me the opportunity to work here. I love it. I just, I just wanted you guys in the city to know that we put our lives out there also. And all we're asking is for the fairness agreement. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Thank you.
Eloy Alvarez.
Good evening, honorable council members. My name is Eloy Alvarez, Regional Director with SEIU Local 721. Equality and fairness, that's all our SEIU members in the city of Beaumont are requesting, to be treated equally and fairly as everyone else. We understand that the coronavirus pandemic has caused a lot of financial challenges with all public agencies throughout this state and throughout this country. But we also understand that the city of Beaumont has increased its net position by $18 million. And we also understand that the city of Beaumont is poised to receive $8 million in ARP funding. Our members are the frontline workers of the city. They help keep the city clean, they maintain roads. As Ralph touched on earlier today, they respond to disasters at 2 o'clock in the morning. They stack bales of hay to ensure that floods don't get out of control. Our members aren't proposing a lavish compensation package. They're simply requesting to be treated the same as everybody else. This is the small request that our members are making in response to the hard work and dedication that they exhibit out in the public. They service the residents of the city of Beaumont. They make this community the wonderful community that it is. We're simply asking that city council and the city in general exercise reasonableness and compromise at the bargaining table. Thank you for your time and consideration. Have a great evening.
Thank you very much for your comment.
No other speakers.
Do we have any on the phone?
Let me check.
No callers on the line, Nicole.
Thank
And I
you.
have no written comments.
So with that, I will close public comment at 6:45. That brings us to consent calendar. Are there any items that council wishes to pull for discussion? Seeing none, I'd like to ask for a motion.
Mayor, I
Mayor.
move to approve the consent calendar, items 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
I'll second.
Roll call. Councilmember Santos.
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White.
Yes.
Mayor Lara.
Yes. We have no public hearings this evening, so we are into action items. We have the retail market analysis update. Mr. Staff Report, Mr. Kyle Wasinski.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Before you tonight is the update on the contract that we have with the retail coach to perform the retail market analysis within the city. This contract and the work provided dates back to the establishment of the Economic Development Strategic Plan, which laid out the framework for economic development goals, vision, and necessary tasks that needed to take place in order to achieve those goals and vision. And one of those components within that lengthy document was retail targeting or service-based targeting for different industry groups and retailers and stores and businesses and so forth. So the city conducted an RFP, and in December of 2020, a contract was awarded to the retail coach to perform that retail market analysis. And your staff report contains the highlights or the following key points of that market analysis report. Also, a portion of the contract was for ongoing recruitment assistance for these different retailers and businesses that are identified post market analysis report. So what I wanted to do, since that work product is basically been completed, there's a couple that we're still working on, is attach all of those data sets and documents that have been completed by the retail coach for your review. So those have all been included in your agenda packet, and those consist of demographics for the city itself, the psychographics that I discussed at length for the city itself, and then we created a primary retail trade area. So we have the demographics for the trade area as well as the psychographics. We have a workplace population report, a retail trade area demand outlook, and then that gap opportunity analysis. And what I'll do is I'm going to go ahead and kick it over to Austin Farmer from the retail coach to go through a brief presentation on really the work product that was put into the market analysis report and some of the highlights of the data sets that we came out with. So with that said, I'll go ahead and kick it over to Austin and let him run through this presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Kyle. Hey, Mayor and Council, thank you so much for having me. It's great to be here with you tonight. Wanted to give you an update on where we're at this point in our process with our retail recruitment strategy, and talk a little bit about the data and what we've seen from the market analysis and ultimately where we're going over the remainder of the year with our retail recruitment efforts. So to echo a little bit of what Kyle said, the city hired the retail coach through an RFP process to come in and provide a retail market analysis to ultimately identify where there's retail opportunity in the city, and then go and recruit those retailers and developers and fill gaps within the community. There's also a component of that where we're not only focused on bringing in new retailers and developers, but we also want to equip local businesses with a lot of the data that Fortune 500 retailers and large companies use as they're evaluating retail sites and making retail decisions. And so part of that is not only just going out and finding those new retail opportunities to bring in, but really equipping small businesses and local business owners as well. So the three key objectives of that retail study are to first study retail consumer activity in the city. So we looked at a lot of data. We have cell phone data where we can actually track GPS data from local shoppers in the community to identify where they're coming from to come shop in the community, and then ultimately look at where they're going when they're leaving the community as well to identify where there's leakage and where there's opportunities to bring new retail into the city. Second is to identify opportunities to grow and expand the city's retail base. So we've actually identified a list of retailers and developers that we think fit the market and that we're actively recruiting into the city. And then the third, again, is just to be a resource to those local business owners and provide data and support and resources where we can for them. So the scope of our project is we signed an initial contract for a 12-month period, and we kicked that off in December of last year. And to this point, we've gotten through the first 5 phases of our 6-phase process. The first phase in that process is our retail market analysis. So that was really looking at the data on the community, looking at the GPS, the cell phone data, demographics, psychographic data. So really ultimately not only just what consumers in the market look like, but what their lifestyle behaviors are and what their consumer propensities are. Second phase was identifying retail opportunities. So really looking at the data, the retail gap analysis, the retail demand analysis, and really identifying where there's opportunity to grow retail in the city. Phase 3 was identifying development opportunities. You're in a unique position to be one of the positioned as one of the communities on the I-10 corridor that's going to see a lot of eastern growth. And so there's a lot of developable land that we've identified as opportunities to build new retail developments or bring in pad sites, mixed use developments. So identified those development opportunities and have been recruiting developers that can come in and develop some of that land. Phase 4, retailer and developer matching. So really identifying those retailers and developers that are not only just active in the region, but might be active in the state as well, that can come in and do something with this developable land. Or if we have a retailer interested in the market, a developer that can build a pad site for them or do a build to suit for those retailers. Phase 5 was marketing and branding. So putting together resources that the city can use to go out and recruit those retailers and to really promote available retail sites and retail opportunity. And then the phase that we're in right now is phase 6. So the retailer and developer recruitment. So we've been actively recruiting a list of over 35 retailers to the community. And as we continue through the end of our first year contract, we'll continue to be actively in that recruitment phase. And as part of that process, we not only proactively reach out and recruit those retailers and leverage our relationships with those site selectors and corporate real estate teams, but we actually go to conferences on behalf of the city, and we actually set up meetings for retailers, brokers, site selectors to make sure that we're getting the attention from retailers and their site selection and real estate teams. So I want to talk about some of our data that we put together as part of the market analysis. The 4 here that you see are the ones that we'll cover. I know we're a little bit limited on time, so I'll try to speed through these. I believe you have these data sets, and we can always follow up with additional data if needed, and Kyle can provide some deeper analysis if there's some questions that I can't touch on in that time frame. But the first is our retail trade area analysis, ultimately where people are coming from to shop and dine in the community. Second is retail opportunities. So where there's retail demand growth, where the data is showing us that there's opportunities to grow retail in the city, what categories there's opportunities for. The third is zip code analysis. So the zip codes that people are coming from the most to shop in the community. I think you'll be surprised at how much reach you have and really ultimately where people are coming from. And then a retail leakage analysis. So the most frequented stores and restaurants that people are going to outside of the city to come in and shop and dine. So the first is retail trade area analysis. And a retail trade area, if you're not familiar with that term, is ultimately where people are coming from to shop, dine, or get services in the community. And with a community like Beaumont, with I-10 passing right through and just the amount of people that are leaving the community to go work in other communities and the amount of people coming into work every day, your trade area is a lot larger than your city limit population. And so it's really important to know that and have an accurate trade area, because retailers make location decisions based on your trade area. And if you're promoting the city limits and saying, hey, we're almost a community of 50,000, you're really underselling that market. And so the way that we identify that is with GPS data from consumer cell phones. And so the way that works is that if you have an Apple or an Android phone and you have one of the top 1,000 apps on your phone from either of those app stores, and you allow your phone to give location data to your providers, we have a data provider that aggregates all that data, and we can actually map that back. So we can tell who's visiting what specific retailers, the frequency that they go, the time of day, the day of week. There's a lot of great data there, but that's the core foundation of how we define our retail trade areas and ultimately what retailers are using to make those decisions on what communities go into. And so for the city of Beaumont, your retail trade area is actually just under 156,000. It's 155,989 is the population in that retail trade area. And quite honestly, that's a conservative number. When we plotted all of the GPS data, there's some opportunities for us to expand that retail trade area out into a couple of areas. but we try to be conservative with that data because it gets too massive. It kind of loses credibility to an extent. But I was actually surprised at how many people are coming into and out of the community, and ultimately how many people are shopping and dining in the community. It might be hard to see on this deck, but this includes Calimesa, Yucaipa, Cabazon, Banning, and then it starts to stretch down south a little bit. But ultimately, what retailers are going to look at here is that you're pulling in traffic from your surrounding communities. So what they're going to want to see is that you have these surrounding communities that are actually coming into the community and that are passing through and interacting with retail in the community. I was a little surprised at how far northwest this went. You're actually getting into that southeast edge of Redlands, but that's a great sign for retailers. When we looked at the average household incomes, the average household income is a really good number, especially for this market. And so that entire trade area there in blue, the average household income is $92,000, just over $92,000, and the median household income is $68,512. Those numbers are really good. That puts you in a good position. Most retailers look at markets diagnostically, almost like a doctor would. And so they go through a checklist. And what I've shared with Kyle and the city staff there and some of the economic development committee is, your diagnostic checklist looks really good. You have a really strong population in your primary trade area, and your income levels are above average. They're what retailers would like to see. And so ultimately, we're hopeful that that's going to open you up to a new level of retail that people might have thought was out of reach for the community with where you're at right now. So all of those are healthy numbers, and they help paint a better picture of the retail opportunity in the community. This chart here is just an overview of some of the additional demographic data on the retail trade area. I won't spend too much time going through those, but ultimately, this just reinforces what I was just saying about that diagnostic checklist. You have great demographics in your community. You have a good age range. You're not an aging community. Your median and average age are right at that 39-40 mark, which tells retailers that you're ultimately a community that's growing and that you have young families that are making their home and establishing Beaumont as their home, and they want to grow in that community and plant roots. So all of those numbers look really good, and it's a really strong trade area that's going to be foundational for us as we recruit retailers. So as a continuation of that, we look at zip codes. So we use that same GPS data to identify where people are coming from based on zip codes. And that's ultimately where they live and are coming in from for those restaurants, retail shops, services. And we've broken this down by a few different shopping centers. The one on the left is Beaumont Marketplace. And so we geo-fenced Beaumont Marketplace, and we're able to look at the data specifically for that shopping center. And as we go through this, keep an eye on how these change a little bit, but it's interesting to see some of the areas that you're actually getting people from. So 13% of the traffic going to Beaumont Marketplace is coming from that Beaumont primary zip code. Just under 8%, 7.85 is coming from Banning, over 6% from Yucaipa. And then you start getting into San Jacinto, Hemet. San Jacinto actually shows up with a couple of zip codes here. But people as far out as Desert Hot Springs, we even saw, and you'll see this in some of the other data, but we've got people that are showing up that are coming from Coachella Valley all the way out in Indio. But you can see that shift a little bit based on these shopping centers. So more of a regional shopping center like Beaumont Marketplace, you're going to have more reach than you would in some others. But even with Oak Valley Town Center, you've got Stater Brothers as the anchor for that grocery store. And you would think that that's just a community-centered or a neighborhood-centered retail center, but you're actually getting a pretty good reach from there. So as expected, almost 25% of the traffic is from Beaumont, but over 10% is from Banning, Yucaipa 5.69, Calimesa 1.48, and then Redlands, you've actually got up over 2% of people that are coming from Redlands. So you're starting to see that there's people coming into and out of these different areas that are shopping at some of these shopping centers, and really ultimately exceeded our expectations in terms of where we would see some of these numbers in these high single digits and up in the double digits. A couple more examples. This far left here is Walmart. So we looked at specifically traffic that was coming into Walmart. 13% of the traffic from Beaumont, 9% Yucaipa, almost 9% Banning, Desert Hot Springs, San Jacinto, Hemet, all in that 2% range. Then you start to see Redlands, and then you go down all the way to Moreno Valley, Cabazon, and San Bernardino. So really starting to see some of that traffic come through, and ultimately where that retail trade area, that blue picture that we saw, really kind of see how that's defined. I'll skip through here a little bit so we have some more time for some of the other data, but one of the ones that Kyle likes to talk about is Raising Cane's being relatively new. You would think that that's just going to be local fast food traffic, but you've got people from all over. 1.7% of the people that are visiting Raising Cane's are actually from Indio, 1.7 from La Quinta, Desert Hot Springs, Coachella. There's Indio again, 4.7. So really, your reach is a lot more significant than I think a lot of retailers would think it is. If they just look at you on the map, or they just look at your demographics, or maybe a 5-mile radial, they really underestimate that reach that you have. And I think a lot of that has to do with I-10 coming through, but I think it's because you have a strong retail base already, and it just solidifies for us and for retailers that there's a lot of opportunity there, especially within that primary trade area. So the key takeaway there is that people are coming from the surrounding areas to shop and dine. Those top draw areas, again, were Banning, Yucaipa, Calamasa, San Jacinto, and Hemet. And there's a big opportunity in that to use that on the recruitment side to go and show those retailers and really sell the opportunity to them. But one of the things that the staff and I have done is we've shared this with local businesses and business owners, because it's important for them to understand where customers are coming from and what markets are shopping in the city. So we've actually shared this data with a few local business owners and actually encouraged them to use that data as well. And so with zip codes specifically, one of the things business owners can do is actually use Facebook and social media ads, and they can actually target those zip codes that people are coming from to shop at, whether it's their local business or whether it's a competitor or a large retailer. They can actually use that data to target that for marketing and really to try to drive their audience as well. So a lot of great data in there. The takeaway for us from a recruitment perspective, though, is that it just solidifies what we thought, that your trade area is bigger than we thought it was. So retail leakage is the next part of that process. So we know where people are coming from to come into the market to shop and eat and get services, but we really want to look at where they're going when they leave as well. And so we looked at that data to really identify what specific shopping centers and what specific retailers and restaurants people are going to when they leave the market. And this is probably a little hard to read, but not surprisingly, most of the major area shopping malls, right? So a lot of people, when they're leaving the community, they're going to those large clusters in those shopping malls. Tri-City Corporate Center was the top location in San Bernardino. So 41% of the traffic we looked at had visited in the last year. Sun Lakes Village in Banning, Citrus Plaza in the Redlands. And as you go through this list, you'll see a lot of those regional shopping centers. That makes sense to us because there's a lot of those national retailers that only like to build locations at malls or regional shopping centers or kind of super regional shopping centers. So that makes sense to us. It's important to know what specifically they're leaving for. And so we've dug in a little bit more into that data to see if there's anything we can take away from specific retailers. But I think the big takeaway there is that you're losing that traffic to some of those larger malls where there's a lot more synergy and there's a lot higher density of retailers. And I think that presents an opportunity with some of your developable land in terms of what retailers and developers are looking for that next stage of the shopping mall. Most developers are looking for developable land where they can build community-driven retail centers so that the shopping mall is pretty much dead. Those new developments are going to be mixed-use lifestyle centers, and I think there's some opportunity to look at that with some of the larger parcels of available land in the community. This one I thought was interesting because I know it's everyone I talked to said, oh yeah, we've eaten there, but we looked at restaurants as well. So what restaurants were people leaving to go eat at? And the first one that shows up is Corky's Kitchen and Bakery in Yucaipa. And so I feel like everyone that we've shown this to has said, oh yeah, we've eaten there. So you'll see a lot of that where there's local hotspots that people are going. But then you'll also see what I think the theme for us is when we're looked at the dining data is that people are leaving for either that next level up fast food restaurant, so Chick-fil-A, In-N-Out Burger. That's why I think Raising Cane's has been successful, because it's kind of in that next tier of fast food restaurants. It's not just that basic national cookie cutter. People really want to see some of that unique next level fast food. But then the other larger theme there is that you've got people that are leaving for casual sit down restaurants. So good examples being Red Robin Burgers, Olive Garden, BJ's Restaurant and Brew House. And that's something we want to focus on in our recruitment effort, is ultimately saying, what casual sit down restaurants can we get to the community? There's a huge need for people that want to go and sit down, and maybe they just want to get a burger, but they'd like to go and sit down with their family for an hour and actually enjoy a meal, as opposed to just going and picking something up. So that really validated for us what we saw in the data in terms of where people are going when they're leaving, and then ultimately how that affects our recruitment strategy and where we can help fill those gaps. This is just an example of some of the cell phone data that we get. This was some data we ran for a local business, the Craft Lounge, Tap Room, and Bottle Shop. And you can see here on this heat map, this is the GPS data. It's a heat map of the visits of where people are coming from to come drink and hang out at the Tap Room and the Bottle Shop. You can see it kind of mirrors what we saw in that retail trade area for the community overall. It reaches down into Banning, Cabazon, see some traffic here, and San Jacinto, up into Cal Mesa, Yucaipa, into the Redlands. Same with their zip codes. It mirrored pretty much what we saw for the community. As you'd expect with a drinking establishment, Friday, Saturday, Sunday traffic, some more traffic on the weekend, skewed towards later in the evening. So you saw some people going through later in the evening. Kyle, I'm not sure if you wanted to mention this, but the pattern we saw with people, where they were coming from specifically, and how that stood out to you.
Yeah, so thanks, Austin, for kicking that, and I'll be brief. But if you look at the bottom left portion of his PowerPoint, it shows a prior and post report. So the cell phone data is also sophisticated enough to show where the person that went to the Craft Lounge was coming from, and also where they went afterwards. So most of the people came from home, a smaller percentage came from work. What I thought was interesting is that 1% of those people came from Domenico's. So that started lights going off on my head. It's like, well, maybe the owner of Craft Lounge should work something out with Domenico's, because Craft Lounge doesn't have food. We know 1% of those people are coming from there. Maybe that's a relationship that needs to be built, or they can partner up on coupons or whatever it might be. But you can see how that data may help a business owner in this category or other types of industry groups, knowing who their customers are, where they come from, times of day, and also where they go afterwards. So you can see that a couple of them go to Players Lounge and over to Marla's after the Craft Lounge. And I think we know that because the Craft Lounge does not stay open to 2 a.m. So if people want to continue with what they're doing, then they go ahead and they go to another place in town. So maybe there's relationships built amongst those business owners as well.
Thanks. I just thought that was an interesting takeaway from some local establishments. Another great example is we've ran this data for an antique shop in town and a barbecue restaurant in town, and they're actually talking about coordinating together to offer barbecue at the antique shop. So I think there's some interesting opportunities for local business owners to really kind of cross promote each other, and then not only get that data for their business and try to grow their business, but see how they can cross promote and work with other local restaurants and businesses as well. So last couple of slides here, and then we'll open it to questions and answers. This is our retail demand growth analysis. And so what we were looking at here was looking at where there is the most projected demand growth across 66 different retail categories. We used to use what we call the retail leakage analysis, where we would look at how much money is leaving the market every year to go other places. We still look at that, but it's not as good an indicator as this retail demand growth analysis is. And ultimately what we saw in here is we were looking for areas where we see anywhere between 3.5% to 5% compounded annual growth year over year. And what that tells us is that there's a steady flow of projected demand from 2021 through 2026. So what's growing over the next 5 years? And I've highlighted a few that I think are interesting. One of the categories, cosmetics, beauty supplies, and perfume stores, the projected demand growth doesn't seem like much. It's 366,000, but it's actually 4.3% year over year. And that's a really good number when we're looking at this demand analysis. Anything that's in that 2.5% to 5%, really that 3.5% to 5%, is a really strong demand growth number. Retailers look at that to see where the projected growth is going to be when they're looking at markets. Across the board, you had a lot of good projected growth numbers for pretty much every category. There were a few that you maybe had low single digits, but for the most part, you had a lot of demand across those retail categories. A couple of others that we thought were interesting was sporting goods stores. You're projected 2.3 million in demand growth over the next 5 years, which is 4.7% annual growth. That's a good number, especially for some of the smaller and mid-tier sporting goods stores. Even for something like a Dick's Sporting Good or one of those larger retailers that's in that sporting good category, that still presents enough growth for them to have interest in the market. Pet and pet supply stores see 4% growth in that. So almost 1.4 million in projected growth, but 4% annually. And then the one that's this big category at the bottom that is something we really want to hammer home, and I mentioned it a minute ago, but food service and drinking places, so restaurants. There's huge demand growth over the next 5 years in that restaurant and dining category. So a couple of examples here, restaurants and other eating places, there's 41 million in projected growth over the next 5 years. So that's just under 4.3% annual growth. Limited service restaurants are 18.5 million. And then you get into some of the smallers like cafeteria, grill buffets and buffets, 4.37% growth. But really what that tells us is it validates what we thought when we saw the data about the leakage, is that people want places they can go and actually eat. So those casual sit down restaurants, maybe those fast casual or cafe concepts. So the Panera Breads and the McAllister's Delis of the world really solidified that there with the data, is that there's a ton of demand growth there. And ultimately, there's a huge need for that. We can see it with the leakage as well. So one of the categories there that we're really focused on throughout our recruitment process. So I know I went through that quickly. I just want to reiterate that Kyle has all of the data sets. I believe he's already shared those with you. If he hasn't, he can share those with you. But I'd love to answer any questions you have about where we're at in the process, or anything that we're currently working on, or anything that you have questions about with the data.
Thank you, Austin. Nicole, do we have any public comment on this item?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Okay, so we'll open it up for council discussion. Mayor Pro Tem White?
Sure, Austin. So this data was all gathered during COVID, correct?
You're muted, Austin.
Sorry about that. We did collect the data during COVID, but that's a little misleading. Basically, we pulled two years worth of data. So when we go in and geofence specific locations, we have access to 2 years worth of data. So we actually look back to 2019. So the data is from 2019 through early 2021.
Because I know anecdotally that our fast food restaurants, all of our restaurants have just been booming since everything's take home. And I know for a number of months there, a lot of things were just completely closed. So that was what I was concerned about, is whether or not the data would be skewed towards the restaurants and the fast food places, since that is appears to be a demand growth when there just wasn't any other place to go, the sit downs and the other ones. So, but it is interesting that the sit down restaurants also are showing demand growth over the next number of years. But that was my only observation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely. One note there as well is throughout the life cycle of our project, we'll come back and update that data. So we'll provide updates at mid-year as we kind of get through the end of the COVID era and start to see that recovery full swing. And then we'll come back at the end of the year as well and update that data with real-time data through the end of the year.
Sounds good, thank you.
Councilmember Finn?
Yep.
That was my question, Mayor.
Okay.
Austin just answered it.
Psychic two. Yep. Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, Austin, I got a couple of questions for you. Just so I can clarify, for that retail demand growth, when you're looking at the projections of the growth, you've already accounted for the market area that's already being participated in, correct?
Yes, sir.
So that's basically room to jump in, really? Is
Yeah,
that the way I
exactly.
interpret it? Okay. And then my next question is, what else would typical retailers look at besides data? For instance, land availability. Doesn't any good to try to recruit if we don't have the land for them to build or put something on, or tax incentives the cities might offer as incentives. Are any of those really big factors when we try to go for recruitment?
They are. The biggest is land availability. And I've got to tell you, we were working on a packet with available sites for a really significant retailer that has some interest in the market. And there's a lot of good sites in town. So from a newly developable land perspective, I think you're doing really well, especially compared to other communities that don't have as much land as you have and don't have that land zoned and haven't done the work on that to make it developable. I think you look really good in that perspective to new retailers, certainly against the region and just local communities. The other factors aren't as significant, at least early in the process. We're not huge fans of incentives because it kind of sets a slippery slope and sets an expectation that every new retail project will get incentives from the city. So we try to limit that to only when it's needed and only when it really makes sense. So not having specific incentives or not leading with that doesn't necessarily hurt you with most retailers. A lot of retailers too, if they like a market, they don't necessarily need incentives if they're sold on the market. So I think in terms of the pieces that they look for and the things that really kind of get them to the table, you guys look really good. From a community development perspective, the city is a clean community. It's a safe community. It's somewhere that people want to raise families. So you pass that eye appeal and kind of the curb appeal test for those retailers. And then I think just in terms of general economics and demographics, the community looks really good. So for us, I told Kyle this the other day, you're a lot easier to pitch as a community to a lot of retailers than some of our other clients are, but just because you've done all the things that you need to do to really be appealing. And the timing and positioning is just great for y'all right now because those demographics are so strong. You're getting a benefit of a lot of those urbanites moving out of urban centers and looking for suburban areas to raise families. So I think with residential growth as well, everything really looks good in terms of what we're seeing and what retailers are looking for in those new markets.
And I'm glad you mentioned that because one of my concerns was when I was looking at that psychographic analysis, the life mode groups seem to be significantly lower in comparison to other areas that might have more of the shopping centers, like the Redlands type of area. I was just wondering if that was is that going to hurt us, or is our data, which sounds like it is, really making us hold our own, really?
I think it actually helps you. Some of that, it has to be taken with a grain of salt. It's really overgeneralized. It is really helpful in kind of breaking down the community makeup and how different pockets of the city look just demographically. Most retailers don't put too much stock in that. They typically have their own demographic profile that they look for that doesn't necessarily fall into any one specific category. I think the takeaway from our end on the psychographics, though, is that you have a lot of those desirable categories that you'd like to see. Even in some of those demographic groups or the life mode groups where they call them retirees or make it seem like the community's older, those are still good life mode groups for a lot of retailers. And you have a good balance of the flip side of that, which is the young families and the up and comers. You really look like on that psychographic analysis a community that's growing and that's kind of becoming that bigger suburban area. So I think they look good just from a surface level. And I don't think that most retailers are going to get too hung up on that data set just because they know their specific customer profile. And it doesn't necessarily line up with all of those life mode groups.
All right. Thank you for that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Santos?
I don't have questions, but I'd like to say to you, Austin, that's a good, presentations and informations. And looking forward to do, more marketing on our side. And probably, you could help us more on this. And I like the, what you're doing, the business intelligence. I mean, I call it BI. Probably, that the market studies and everything. Because I'm familiar with the Domo. Probably you're familiar with that too. But this one is a cloud, more on the business cloud. And I think you utilize them. But you mentioned before you using ESRI on that information. That's good. That's very good. I mean, I really appreciate this, and we'll continue to work with you on this, and then Kyle, and closely with you on this, so we could recruit more businesses and retailers within our city. Thank you so much on the presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor.
Austin, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'm looking forward to getting this out to the businesses that haven't taken advantage of this information. And it looks like we've come a long way from just counting rooftops. So.
Yep, absolutely.
So.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
You're very welcome. Thank you. So I'll go ahead and make a motion to receive and file.
Mr. Mayor, I'll second that.
Councilmember Santos,
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White,
Yes.
Mayor Lara.
Yes. That brings us to item number 7, review draft capital improvement plan for fiscal year 22-26 and prior year project list. Staff report by Ms. Christine Day.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is your yearly capital improvement plan, and we bring it to you first in draft form in May, and then back in June for your actual adoption. And so this year we just run through your 2 Excel spreadsheets that are attached to the staff report. Those are the prior year projects list, and then your 5-year capital plan that you'll adopt by resolution. The prior year is any of our projects that have not been closed via council action dating back to 2016. These projects are active and underway. There is a status and a funding source for each project listed in the Excel spreadsheet. And the only change that you'll notice this time is we did add projects T02 through T06. These are transit projects. These have always been in your transit plan and funded through your tables with your transit plan, but we had not incorporated them previously into the CIP. And so as we've developed this more and more, we were able to bring that into the city's CIP this year. Again, those are your only changes. All of the current year projects will fall to your prior year. And then any of the items that we have not completed from prior year will obviously remain on that. And we'll continue to bring you projects probably once or twice a year that will close out your existing projects or your prior funded projects as we get those completed and able to move off the list so that we can drop the remaining funds back to their appropriate location. So next, moving on, is the 5-year capital improvement plan. This will be for fiscal years 22 through 26. And I'll just run quickly through your items. So on your street improvement projects, what we did, similar to your adjustment that we just brought back to you for Amendment 2, is we actually combined the Measure A and SB1 projects into one category. So instead of having a slurry seal and a street rehabilitation, we're now calling it rehabilitation and maintenance, which would encompass any of the appropriate applications that your staff would, as we would be able to apply for longevity of that street as we go through our bidding process when we bring the set of streets back to council. Just one note that you'll see in your Measure A, in fiscal year 22-23, you'll notice that that is a drop off. Again, just to remind council that that is when the city begins paying WRCOG on the settlement agreement. And so it still leaves you a hefty fund based on the allocations that Measure A has sent us to include, but that funding is based upon your settlement agreement. And then with SB1, you'll just see a slight dip in 24-25. These are just based on factors that SB1 gives us as we project out funds. But overall, between Measure A, SB1, and the CDBG, you're still looking at being able to apply roughly 1.5 million in street improvements as we move forward each year. And that is exclusive of any general fund that council would choose to put into street improvements. On public safety, if you move down just a little bit, under public safety, you'll see that we included, due to the aging of your police department, we included a conceptual placeholder for a new police facility. We're estimating that that's going to be in a $40 million range. The police facility feasibility study, police station feasibility study, sorry, is actually on the streets right now, and we would expect to open those and receive proposals back May 24th, and then bring back to council sometime, probably your first meeting in July, to engage an architect to work through what your station would look like, whether it would be a 1-story, a 2-story. They will go through with the police management team all the spatial needs and the adjacency needs for functionality within a new station. And then we'll get some probable construction cost estimates out of that. Once we do that, we can refine this number, but we wanted to put it out there as a placeholder because it is a facility that likely you will want to replace in the future. Under quality of life projects, we do have the phase 2 of your shade covers. So as you'll remember, we initiated phase 1 this year and are working on covering 2 of your playground structures. Those are underway, and we're hoping that we can get those installed sometime, maybe prior to summer, maybe towards summer. These will be permanent shade structures that will not be fabric. There'll be an R panel, a standing seam type roof material to endure your UV and wind issues in Beaumont. And then under the wastewater system, we have added a couple of things. If you'll go down to your wastewater category, we now have wastewater, which would be considered cash money, and then we have wastewater DIF money. So we will implement the phase 2 of your I&I project, which we are anticipating we would put towards flow meters at the lift stations. Phase 1 will be, we've done a couple of emergency repairs that council has authorized. In addition to that, we're looking at buying smart covers, which are manhole covers that will help us identify flow in certain aspects within the gravity system. So and we'll get into a lot more detail of this when we go through the master plan with you. Probably the beginning of July is what we're targeting for a workshop with city council to go through the full master plan results. But a good majority of your Old Town and Sundance are gravity flow, so nothing comes through a lift station. So what we're doing is installing smart covers throughout those areas so we can neck down and try to find some of the inflow and infiltration during rain events. And then phase 2 of your I&I project, would be putting new updated flow meters on each of the lift stations. So we're able to measure through your SCADA system that additional flow capacity that would come in through rain events. And then, of course, we have the rate study identified for this year as well. We would anticipate that once your plant is fully up and running through the construction phase 2, which should end in August or September, that we would begin to see some normalization at the plant operation and be able to roll that also into your rate study for your years after fiscal year 23. We did put placeholders in here. One of the standing costs that are going to come through at the new plant to maintain compliance will be UV bulb replacement. So council has approved the change order to replace the UV based on hours and running. The bulb replacement will have to happen, and we're trying to plan for that over the course of a couple of years, so it's not one big hit all the time. And then in addition to that, with running the RO, the modules will need to be replaced, and we're programming that out. That's probably an every 5-year expenditure in talking with your chief plant operator. And then down from that, you'll see the wastewater diff. The projects that you see are all related to the Mesa force main and pump replacement. So the original Mesa lift station was built for, it's a regional lift station that has multiple lift stations that flow into it. You never build a lift station out to ultimate capacity at the very beginning because you just don't have enough flow to operate the lift station properly if you do. And so the lift station was built with the first 3 pumps and the first force main that would be needed for some of the development. Components of the parallel 16-inch force main are actually in the ground. So all of the vaults anticipate this line coming through. And then the previous staff, when this was installed, actually placed the secondary line under Highway 60, which is a huge benefit. So all we're really doing is connecting the lift station to a predetermined point before Highway 60, and then after Highway 60 back to the plant. It is by all accounts, a pretty simple force main to install. We do need to design it, or we'll at least need to have the original plans looked at and make sure that they're updated for existing. And then with that, we'll need to do a redesign of the pumps to make sure that those all coordinate together, that we're putting your pumps in a position of being able to cycle and not run one pump to death and one pump set, and have the flexibility to run back and forth with both of the force mains. And so those are your number 1 projects coming out of your wastewater master plan. And so we went ahead and said we probably ought to start design on the pump replacement and the force main, and then plan for construction. We are planning for these out of diff. Once we get through the design portion, that the 16 inches of expansion, and so it is diff eligible, but we may look at changing some of the funding source for construction once we get into once we've designed it. And we can refine what is an existing ratepayer versus what the expansion portion would be. So you may see that change a little bit over time, but just wanted to draw to your attention that is the most pressing next issue after we finish the plant. And then the last new funding source that you'll see is something that council approved in December of 2020, which is your internal service fund. And so working with finance, city council put aside $3.5 million in seed money for future maintenance projects. There's a list of projects that were slated. We worked to refine some of it. And so the projects you see before you under the internal service fund total about 1.5 million. We would be looking at doing some upgrades to City Hall to bring it into compliance and protect the asset of City Hall. And then in addition, same thing with the fire station and the existing police station. We did pare down the repairs at the existing police station in an attempt not to try to waste any money if we do in fact move into a new facility. So if council chooses not to move to a new facility after the feasibility plan within a reasonable amount of time, you may start to see some items for the police station come onto this list in order to make the building functional and protect the asset. And then the last two would be the ground smart irrigation. So this gives us some controls across the city. This would give us some seed money to start that project. And then the last one being Building B, which we renovated for additional office space. There's about $26,000 that we are programming. We did not replace the windows initially when we did that project. And this would allow us to replace those windows. That is the 5-year CIP. We would be looking for staff to, or for city council to direct staff to make any changes. And then would again anticipate bringing this back to your June 1st meeting for consideration and approval of the resolution if the council sees fit. I'm happy to answer any questions and we'll turn it back to you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Christine. Do we have any public comment, Nicole?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line, Nicole.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll move to council comments. Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, real quick, I like to see the, of course, our street improvements always is a priority, so thank you for that. Just a quick
Yes, sir.
question though, for the Potrero Fire Station, remind me, do we have in here what we need? So when that's ready, we have everything. And what I'm referring to is equipment. I can't remember if we're leasing trucks or anything like that. I'm getting confused. Can you just comment?
I'll let the city manager answer
All right.
that.
You've got the funds for construction set aside and targeted. The equipment, particularly the truck, the engine, is something that will be provided. You're currently paying for that through your CAL FIRE contract through Riverside County.
And
So you're paying for that right now.
But additional is what I'm looking at, because we're, bringing in other stuff. Are we gonna need to get another one in? And if we do
No,
that,
you are paying for 2 trucks right now. So you have one, which is at Station 66, and then you had another truck that you owned, that you deeded over to Riverside County. And that's typically considered to be a backup engine, which you typically don't pay for. So the city of Beaumont agreed to continue to make its capital replacement allocations pursuant to 2 trucks, assuming that you're going to open that second fire station, and then the county would then provide a engine through your contract for that second fire station. So you'll be able to open with 2 dedicated full-time engines to the city of Beaumont when you open that West Side Fire Station.
okay, just wanna make sure nothing's overlooked. All right. Thank you, Mayor.
Plan ahead. You're welcome.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilmember Finn?
Yes, Christine, I have a question in reference to the last page, so page 1331, where it says funding source internal service fund for the buildings. We've got a lot of things identified for fiscal year 2020, 21 and 22. Is there anything in particular that needs to be done that's not annotated there for the future years after that?
Yes, and we needed a little bit more time to really work through this building one. And so that's why we only included the 2020, 21, 22, which you'll see come back next year is probably more comprehensive since this is a bit of a new fund.
Okay.
And then I think some of what you will see happen across the board will have to do with other projects you have up. And as I mentioned, really understanding the police feasibility study and where council would like to be with that. In addition to that, once we get West Side Fire Station open, then, we're working through some of the previous items that council had approved at the fire station, the existing fire station 66. So you may see some things like that come back. Most of the others that I looked at that were identified in the internal service fund are not things that we need in the immediate future. And then the other thing that played into this, Councilmember Finn, is really the amount of staff time. And so we currently have 42 CIP projects that are currently funded and in some form or fashion, whether design or waiting to be started or construction. And this adds another list. So we really couldn't add too much more. We've got to get some things knocked off first.
Okay, and then up to the wastewater information. So I see that you've got the UV bulbs and the reverse osmosis module replacement. Are there any other, to learn more about that system and how it works, is there any more big ticket replacement items that need to happen on that on a replacement basis that's more than a 5-year term that wouldn't necessarily show up the next couple of years on there?
We are working through that. So that's some conversation that the chief plant operator, and saw he just turned his camera on. He and I have been talking about, right now, these are the ones that we've seen. But we would continue to work through that and bring back anything that would be within a 5-year window. It's important that we begin to identify those from a planning purpose when we go out for a rate study.
Okay.
And then Christine, correct me if I'm wrong, but the wastewater master plan will include a capital analysis, which will show you immediate, medium-term, and long-term capital replacement and repair needs that you have in your system. So it's got a window that's looking beyond 5 years.
Okay,
so
good.
you'll see a comprehensive list.
Yeah, that is correct. Once we go through the wastewater master plan with the council in July, then what we anticipate is a modification to your CIP for the wastewater. That'll be something that we need to sit down with the city manager and work through finances, because what we don't want to do is bring something forward that you can't financially afford. But the big one, because we listed these, your wastewater master plan did not evaluate your plant because your plant is brand new. We would anticipate, as we move through time, that your next wastewater master plan would potentially look at the plant in its totality to make sure that it is up to date and there aren't repairs that we need to do. In addition to that, we're always looking at the growth factors and the capacity at the plant to make sure that anytime that we get bumping up against that 75% threshold, we would begin design of the expansion of the plant.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mayor Pro Tem White.
Yes, Christine, I have one quick question, and you may have addressed it, but I didn't hear it. Under page 1330, funding source, general fund, you have 4 items that have future funding, significant totals, but you have none of that earmarked for the fiscal years coming up. Is that something we'll see when you bring this back in June?
No, sir, I don't think so. So, what we're looking at under the general fund, these are placeholders that we like to keep on here to keep in front of council. I did not address the downtown parking garage facility. This is a concept that the city manager has talked to me about. And so I went ahead and put a placeholder in here for something that we would bring back to you to consider at a future date and time. This would help us with any of the parking needs as you begin to redevelop your downtown. We would look at some ordinance changes that eliminated on-site parking for a downtown facility and allowed them to use this type of garage facility. In addition to that, we did cover the new police station that would be brought forward at the time that council identified a correct funding source and decided that they wanted to move forward with that. The storm drain master plan and the storm drain facilities, we are addressing some of the storm drain facilities already with the project. But these again are just placeholders as we know that those regulations are out there and potentially changing in the near future.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. Christina, just looking on the schedules in here on the funding source, especially on the Pennsylvania Avenue, California, and then Oak Valley I-10 interchange constructions. I don't see the Potrero interchange, on this one here. Even I know we were working on getting a grant on this. And I'd just like to see also how much will be on our side on this Potrero interchange. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Project 2016-003 is your Potrero interchange. That does include phase 1 and 2. This is a project change that the council did a couple of years ago. And we combined phase 1 and 2 in order to leverage some of the local funds that had already been contributed to the first phase against any future grant abilities. And so that's the second project down. We are still working on funding for phase 2 and hopefully moving forward. I believe the city manager can speak more to some of the federal funding that may be coming forward. But yes, sir, that project is out there and still on the books.
Very good. Thank you. No, I'm fine.
Christine, just a quick question on the rate study. The last rate study we did for the wastewater treatment plant, how long did that carry out in its projections? I don't recall.
We looked at it today because I was starting to kind of work mentally on my schedule. So it actually goes for 2 more years.
Okay.
And so we've got a little bit of time. So my anticipation is we would get an RFP out late next fiscal year and then be able to work through it. I think we want the good data from the plant to incorporate into the new rate study.
And then is that just a placeholder, the 200,000 for a rate study, or is that typically kind of what they run?
It's a little bit of a placeholder.
Okay.
But they do run. There's some data that and they'll run you all the way through your public hearing as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
I think on the NBR study, we spent about 250. So we're looking at hopefully a little bit less work to do to get this update done on the next one.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I'll look for a motion if there are no other questions.
Mayor, could I add a couple
I'm
things
sorry.
real quick? So a couple things that could necessitate some modifications to the CIP, which we may not know until after we're into the new fiscal year, but we've got the surface transportation grant that we'd submitted that Congressman Ruiz had recommended for funding. So that's about 18.5 million that would go towards the Potrero ramps. So that would be the partial clovers. We have another 1.5 million, which is in the community projects, which was to help offset part of the 3.2 million allocated for the Pennsylvania widening project. And so that's the widening and the signalization that we would do from First up to 6th Street. So those two things are there. They'll be going through committee, and we don't know when or how we're going to see that come out. The other thing is that the Build America plan, or America Recovery Plan, I think was the name of it, is another potential funding allocation source, right? So that's the $2 trillion plan, which is supposed to, among other things, earmark dollars towards local governments. Those are very restricted funds. So we're looking at about 9.6 million that could come forward. So we cannot use those for recurring operating costs. So they're going to be tied towards reimbursement for certain things, local initiatives for certain things. But one of the things that Beaumont could do with those dollars is apply those towards wastewater improvements. So we're talking potentially 9.6 million if the estimates are correct. Those are going to come in 2 tranches though. So they have to be spent within a 2-year window. So we'll get potentially one tranche, one half of it in year 1 and then the other half in year 2. So there's some use of funds and some timing of funds issues that'll come together. We're still waiting to find out what the details are on those dollars. We don't know yet what the cities have to do to qualify. Is this an entitlement? Is this something that we have to apply for? Is there, something that we have to provide in terms of justification? That information has not been released yet. We don't know. So those are some additional things for consideration that we'll be bringing back to you. But if you look, for example, at offsetting the Mesa lift station capacity, the main, for example, that 5 million you could cover with those dollars, and that would free them up then to address other capital needs. But again, these are restricted funds. They can't go to recurring operations. So just wanted to provide a little bit of additional confusing facts in there for you that, we may have a good solid plan, but that plan definitely may change as we have some other resources to bring to you for your consideration.
Okay.
Mayor, can I say something? On that, Tad, on the 9.6 million in there, on the allocations on that, I know it's too early, is it possible to, allocate some funding for our salary, for our employees and everything? Do allocation on that? And I know it's too soon to discuss that, probably is something to look at.
Yeah, there's three things that Beaumont could use the funds for. So one is capital, because the whole purpose of it is about jobs, and it's about creating business and economic growth opportunity to help this country recover from the COVID recession impact. So you can apply it towards utility improvements, so water and wastewater, particularly for local government for us, and I think some electric utility potentially. So obviously wastewater is the only thing that utility we offer that qualify. There's some additional business support components. So, like we did our business assistance grant. So we probably some local dollars there. There's some sort of business support kind of things that generally seem to be outlined in the entitlement for those dollars. And then there's the opportunity to apply it as a COVID premium payment that you can make to employees, potentially retroactively. So employees that were working through, so if you're an essential employee, you are reporting and working, through the COVID pandemic, then there's some potential application for dollars one time to help do that. You can't use it to offset pension costs. You can only use it to help provide a payment to employees that were here and working during the pandemic conditions. And so, but those can be applied to your local employees. They can be used to pay private business salaries. You've got some latitude with regard to even how you would apply those dollars, apparently. Yeah. So those are things that we don't quite yet know all the full facts from.
That's good. Yeah. Thank you.
I think if council has the opportunity to prioritize that, I would like to look at prioritizing the employee salaries and, if at all possible, going back retroactive for those who have been out or working in hazard situations.
You bet.
That's,
so. Yes,
we
sir.
can look at that.
Okay, thank you.
With a consensus of council, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
So we have a motion.
Lost the page.
I'll make a motion to review the draft improvement plan for 2022, 2026, and the prior year project list, and provide direction to city staff, which I believe, Christine, do you have that?
Yes, sir. I believe I didn't hear any big changes, so we would bring it back as is.
Okay,
I'll second.
you have a second.
Councilmember Santos,
Yes.
Councilmember Fenn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White,
Yes.
Mayor Lara.
Yes. That brings us to item number 8, fiscal year 2022 citywide budget. Does anybody need to take a break yet? Are we good? We're good? All right, let's go.
We're good.
Okay, well, thank you, Mayor. So we're very excited to talk more budget with you guys. So CIP dovetails into this budget. So the budget proposal that we have for you to consider tonight is really kind of an overview budget. And provided that there's no significant changes or modifications, our plan would be to come back to you at your next meeting to be able to provide a drill down line item detail for you. So again, we're prepared to kind of work through with you what the overall budget looks like, what some of the enhancements are and upgrades are within the budget. What we're presenting here is a budget which I feel is something that will allow you to be able to maintain your service levels considering the growth parameters that you've had. So we've got more maintenance for right-of-way. We've got more park maintenance needs. We've got obviously street maintenance needs that are out there. We've got public safety needs that we need to upgrade and provide. So again, this isn't something that's necessarily getting ahead of the curve, but it's trying to keep ahead of the really kind of the service needs that we see that are evolving and growing within the community. And also trying to be respectful of the prioritization and the needs that City Council has discussed with our city goals, and then some of our budgetary workshops as we work through some of those things. So there is an element within this that we know that there's some additional programming needs or allocation needs that the council may have above and beyond the service components and the capital components that we're proposing here. For example, there's a compensation study that we're launching that may very well be looking at some compensation plan adjustments we need to make. There may be some salary compression issues we need to address. So, and then there's some other needs that the council may have. So this budget still holds out after we had looked at the upgrades that we're proposing here from an operations perspective. We're looking at about $780,000 that's left unprogrammed, intentionally so for City Council to be able to consider how to address some of those other needs that you're going to find. Don't get me wrong, it's not that we couldn't apply for use of those funds for other city services, but considering what your needs are, we tried to leave some room, deliver the services that we think we need to deliver, to maintain, and then to give you some room to address. We are, again, looking at a fully balanced budget that is what we consider, what I would define to be a sustainable budget, meaning that under reasonable conditions, you could expect to be able to accommodate the type of budget and the kind of trends that we're seeing. And Mr. Molenkamp will walk us through some of that analysis here in a little bit. So really, without further ado, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Molenkamp to take you through the presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Happy to be able to present to you the budget for fiscal year 22. And so before I get started, I just want to really thank out and shout out, if you will, to the whole team that worked on this. I mean, there was the entire management team worked on this. A lot of other staff worked on this. The departments played a key role in it. And there's a few people that I really need to mention. The city manager, to start with, he spent numerous hours, numerous meetings with all the departments, going line by line through the budgets. Carrie Mendoza was there at each one of those. As you know, she runs HR, and she was instrumental in the personnel side of the budget. Jennifer Station is senior accountant here, soon to be more than that. And she worked tirelessly on this, along with Tara Astron, who is our budget specialist, and she just crunched the numbers like nobody's business. Lastly, I want to thank Ciamara, who really spent a lot of time helping to organize all this. There's a lot of logistics pulling a budget like this together. And so I want to thank everybody on that. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen now. And hopefully everybody can see that okay. Let me know if you can't. We're good?
Yes.
Okay. So basically what we're going to do now, Mr. Mayor, I've got about a 30-minute presentation. I can either stop for questions at the end of each of these sections, or I can go right through it and then save the questions for the end. How would you prefer to approach this?
Questions at the end, or would
Boy, I don't
Oh.
know until we get to the end of the first section.
Yeah.
You know,
Just 30 minutes. So.
yeah, Jeff, can we just kind of play it by ear to see how
Absolutely.
council is doing?
Okay, I'll
We'll try to-
pause at the end of each of these sections at the end of the general fund, and then we'll see where you want to go.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, so what we're going to do then is we're going to talk a little bit about the process. I won't spend too much time on that. We will talk about the general fund. This augments the information in your staff report, so if you want to dive into the staff report, we can do that as well. And then we'll talk about the wastewater fund. I'm going to turn it over to Jennifer, who's going to talk about the all funds overview and highlights. It's a little more information on how those funds feed the main operating funds, and Jennifer will walk you through all that. Then we will talk a little bit about the new internal service funds, which is something I'm fairly excited about, and then questions from you and any kind of direction you want to provide. So the city council, as you know, is required to adopt a balanced budget by the 30th of each year. And a balanced budget means that revenues need to either meet or exceed the expenses. And that can include a planned drawdown of reserves in the event that you needed to do so. This particular budget does not do that, does not draw on reserves in order to balance itself. This is the first meeting, obviously, of reviewing this budget as it's presented. And if the city council is generally comfortable with it, with maybe some nominal changes, it would be our thought to bring that back for adoption, preferably by June 15th, if not potentially before. And then if the council really wants to dive in more detail or needs more information or actually requires some changes out of this meeting, then it'd probably be recommended to have another meeting to do so, because there's a lot here. So just a little bit about the process here. We started back in October 20, actually, with a budget workshop where we were really kind of reassessing what happened to the city or didn't happen to the city from COVID. As you know, when we were preparing the budget back last April, we were in the throes of the beginnings of the pandemic and really didn't know what to expect, aside from that all our businesses were closing down. So we reduced the budget fairly dramatically. Back in October, we restored quite a few things and we right-sized the budget a little bit more. We've done that a couple of times since then, but that was the first piece where we started looking towards the future and saying, where do we need to go with it? We met on January 5th to talk about this budget building process and the timeline. We had internally within the executive team and within city management on February 4th, a budget kickoff meeting. And we talked about the whole process of building the budget. The department spent a lot of hours building their budgets during the time from February through March. And then from March through April, through literally a couple of weeks ago, the finance department in coordination with the city manager were crunching the numbers and pulling together what you see before you today. So let's get to some numbers. If you haven't had enough tonight, you'll get some more. The fiscal year 22 budget provides for, as the city manager mentioned, a balanced budget. We have a $39.4 million in revenues and $38.6 million in expenses. And as you mentioned, a $775,000 surplus that currently would be available for further allocation by the council if you decide to do so. Or you can just leave it to the bottom line. Fiscal year 22 budget provides for revenue growth over the 21 budget of $2.2 million, 2.26, increase of about 6.1%. The budget for expenses from 21 to 22 goes up by about 4.2 million, or about 12.2%. So as you know, the city has had a pretty nice surplus in the $4 to $5 million range over the last couple of years. This is significantly narrowing down that surplus, and it's applying that surplus that we built up and used for capital projects and things of that nature. Is applying that to some of the needs of the city, and we'll be getting into that in fairly detailed order tonight. One of the things I want to qualify is that the city council has made a number of allocations of one-time general fund allocations. I carved those out of the 21 budget for comparison purposes. so that you're getting a true apples and apples comparison. So we'll talk a little bit about the revenues driving the general fund. And a number of areas were increased, but primary in the taxes and development related revenues. Property taxes increasing about 353,000 over from 21 to 22. Again, this is the adjusted 21 budget, the most recent budget that we had adjusted literally a month and a half ago. Sales tax up about 552,000. Motor vehicle in lieu, which, as you know, is kind of an extension of property tax, 362,000. And then development related revenues, about 1.2 million. And I'll get into that a little bit more detail for you. So looking at property tax and sales tax, you're having some decent growth for both years, or for both of these over the 2 years. You've got about 5.5% average growth in your property tax each year. And you got ultimately about a 5.5% growth. You have a little bit of a decrease in 21. That's just because we're still working on building that number back up. I do believe 21's number is going to come in probably over 6.5 million. So that you're seeing a 6.375. That's probably a little lower than we're actually going to hit. I think it's going to be closer to 6.6 million when the numbers are done. And then you see we build up all the way to 6.9 million for fiscal year 22. On the development side of it, it's your other big piece where your revenues are growing. We worked with the departments primarily with building and safety and with public works and their estimations of the types of projects that were going to come through, both commercial and residential. And they have built into their budgets, as you'll see when we get into the expense side of the equation, some plan checking, some contract plan check, some traffic engineering, and some inspection dollars that are anticipating some increased growth and some continued growth on the development side of the equation. And so you'll see we have some reasonably sized growth from 21 to 22 in each of the areas, which is building permits is the lion's share of it, but also inspections and other permitting. So operating costs, talking about operations, and I'll start at the top. Your operating costs are increasing by about $1.4 million. This is inclusive of your enhancements, which we'll talk about in a little bit. Your plan check, inspection, and traffic engineering, this is the expense side of that equation, going up about $642,000. Increases in insurance and legal costs, going up a little over $500,000. And you have the enhancements, which again, we'll talk about in detail. And those are also listed on attachment C of your staff report. And so those three things make up the lion's share of the operating cost increase. It's offset by a reduction in the fire services contract. We got a reduction in the contract from the county. We had it 4.5 million. They reduced it down to about 4.2 million for the next coming up year. And then we usually undershoot that number. And so we dropped it down to about 4 million in your budget. So you have some savings built in, but nonetheless, a 1.4 million increase despite that savings. Personnel costs are increasing by 1.9 million, about 9.7% from 21 to 22. This is basically in two big piles, pieces, if you will. One is the positions that are frozen that have been restored. That's about $500,000. So we had a number of positions, as you recall, when we were going through COVID that we froze, and we restored a number of those back in December. And then this restores the remainder of the positions that are eligible to be restored. We had some cuts in positions because we're not going to reopen the pool, things of that nature. But other than that, the vast majority of your positions that you froze are restored. And this is the incremental cost from 21 to 22 for those positions being restored. The second piece is the enhancements, the new positions that have been requested in the budget, and that's $1.1 million. That makes up the lion's share of your 1.9 million or 9.7% increase. So this is a slide that just breaks out where the costs are. You have personnel obviously is the biggest piece of the pie at about 56%. Operating is about 40%. One of the things that's a growing share is your infrastructure or capital improvements, if you will. Part and parcel to the internal service funds is we allocated more resources to there. So that line area, if you look at it in green, along with most of your transfers there, the 445,000, 400,000 of that, and most of the green is really your internal service fund contributions. And so I'll be getting into that in a little bit more detail. It's something I'm fairly excited about leaving behind for the city to have some sense of those needs that were left kind of, you know, if we have the money type thing to, they're really funded well now going forward as long as you keep the model going. This slide provides a little bit of a different perspective based on function. So the various functions, we've got it broken out into 5 different functions, public safety being the lion's share at 47%, almost $18 million. The administration cost is about 9.1 million, 24%. Public works at 3.6 million or 10%. And then community development and community services rounds it out. As far as your change from year over year from fiscal year 21's budget, the growth was in public works, which went from 8% to 10%. And then you had community development that grew from 5 to 6. And those are triggered really by the increased development contract dollars. So otherwise, it pretty much stayed pretty status quo as far as the balance from year to year. This slide will provide a summary that augments or provides a summary of your attachment C. And this is the enhancement request in the general fund. About $1.6 million, 700,000 of it, a little bit over, is in public safety. You see the new positions, 3 new police officers, 1 support staff, an officer trainee, and then upgrades to some positions. For community services, improvements to parks and right-of-way maintenance. And then for public works, 2 new straight maintenance workers and some new survey equipment. Lastly, administration, a desktop analyst position to support your IT, the upgrade of a position, and a number of operating improvements. And that summarizes the general fund. I'm happy to pause there and see if there's any questions that you might have before I move on to the wastewater.
Thank you. Councilmember Finn?
Yes, Jeff, I'm looking at page 1333 of the agenda packet, which shows the 39 million in projected revenue, 25.3 million being of the taxes, but it looked like there was a disconnect in your presentation. Can you go back to the first couple of pages there that you had showing the breakdown of the income? I'm sorry?
On the PowerPoint?
Yeah.
What slide do you want to go back to?
It was one of the first ones you had the breakdown of the revenue of the taxes. Yeah, that one. So for example, I'm looking at 25.3 million on the taxes, but those numbers don't add up. Can you explain that? Or
this is only sales and property tax here.
Okay.
I just highlighted 2 of your larger taxes. That's not the sum total.
Okay, so for my learning, can you tell me what are some of the other sources of revenue in that tax category?
Sure. Yeah, you've got property tax, you've got sales tax. We have utility users tax. We have utility user fee. We have a variety of, we have vehicle in lieu is another tax. That's probably almost $6 million a year. So there's a variety. And then you have transient occupancy tax, which is your hotel tax. So there's a number of them that make up the whole pie.
And if you look at, Mr. Finn, if you look at page 1346,
okay,
you'll see that the total taxes revenue is at 25.3 million.
1346?
Yes, sir. So if you look under subcategory, so if you look at Fund 100, General Fund Revenue, Category 40 Taxes.
You betcha. Okay, so category 40 taxes, got it, okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, personal property tax franchise, okay. All right, good, okay, thank you.
You bet.
Any other questions? Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes, I have a couple of questions. So first of all, the development fees that you had, I think it was 2.5 million or somewhere around there. Those are fees that pay the cost of the city's cost for doing the development work, such as salaries and fees such as that, correct?
So we have a couple of different things. Primarily what's driving this is we hire contractors to do some of the work. We do have staff that do the work, but also we're augmenting that with contract dollars. And so we're anticipating that, and yet we do actually recover both the cost of the contract, and then we have a small administrative fee that we also charge on that as well.
But you're not looking at, say, if the numbers come in lower than 2.5, you're not looking at additional money that can be used elsewhere. In other words, the development fees are supposed to go directly to cost of development work, correct?
Yeah, so the revenue definitely runs in tandem with the expense, if that's what you're asking. It definitely, so we will, if we collect the revenue basically, and we're paying a vendor contractor to do the work, they run in tandem with one another. Is that kind of what you're talking about?
Yes. And I think one of the last slides you had where you talked about new employees. And I would sort of want to piggyback this on a comment that the city manager made earlier regarding the compensation plan, cost plan. Can you speak to that a little bit and explain to me, because I think you brought it up that we may have to make some adjustments based on that. Can you address that as far as the personnel part of the compensation? I said plan. I mean analysis, compensation analysis.
You're talking about kind of where our personnel costs are, or are you talking about what's up ahead for the city?
Yeah, Mr. Pardon brought up something earlier, and I want to just have him sort of go a little more detail into that, what you were talking about. Because you did mention that we may end up having to make some adjustments, and I think that's adjustments to personnel, possibly. Can you address that?
Yes, sir. So we are in the early stages of doing an updated compensation analysis. So we'll be identifying, I don't know, about 10 or so benchmark communities around the region. We will be looking at all of our job descriptions. We will be doing an analysis to look at where our compensation program and schedules match up to other compensation schedules within the area. And from there, we anticipate that there may be some adjustments that we need to make to those compensation plans and schedules. It may be reclassifying certain positions into higher classification levels, which may need to adjust salary up in some cases, where we make some of those adjustments where we need to upgrade the payroll classification of a given position can create a domino effect where supervisors now have a compression issue. So if you've got a 10% separation right now between a line person and their supervisor, if you bump that position up another 3%, then you would need a companion bump for their supervisor to keep those compensation schedules going in tandem. So there's some components like that we feel like you're going to see, because we're looking at every job description in the city. So the last compensation analysis that we did was a comprehensive study that looked at our entire comprehensive plan, our entire compensation plan, including all the benefits as well as our salary tables. At this point, we're just looking at our basic salary tables. We're not looking at everything. So we anticipate, it's been 4 years, since we did that study. So it's time to refresh that, and we think we're going to see some progression that needs to be accommodated for in our compensation plan.
So if we find that we have, for example, we're not paying employees in certain positions a fair amount compared to some of the other cities that we look at, we'll make adjustments or could make adjustments. And as you said, it might be a domino effect that has to make multiple adjustments.
Yes, sir.
So if that became the case, when and how would we make those adjustments? Are those done as part of a negotiation process next year round, or how are those
Yes.
adjustments made?
Yeah, so you're going to definitely need to negotiate that either into new contracts, or there may be some meet and confer issues if you're already in a contract and you need to make salary adjustments. So there's definitely a labor process that will need to go into play to finish those out.
Okay, and the new positions that I mentioned that are on the last few pages, those would come in at fair, after an analysis of fair payments compared to what our neighbors are in other cities of the similar size and services?
That's correct. So if we upgrade the salary tables and then we hire somebody, they will then come in at that rate.
Okay.
If we hire them before we make the adjustment, then they may benefit from any kind of rate adjustment that we need to make based on that analysis.
Okay, and this is something we've done before when we came back with the analysis 4 years ago that we had to make some adjustments.
Yes, sir.
Were they meet and confer adjustments?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir, they were.
Okay. Thank you, that helps me out a lot. And so one last question, I don't know if this is better for Mr. Pardon or Mr. Mullenkamp. Earlier, we heard from the speakers that we've received an additional 18 million increase in our revenue, and I didn't see that in the budget. And then they talked about another 8 million that's coming soon. So I don't see where that 26 million is. Am I missing something, or did I get those numbers wrong, or what could they be talking about?
Well, I think what may be discussed there is the general fund unallocated reserve, which was in that 18 million range.
Okay.
And then I think the other was a statement which was pursuant to the dollars that we talked about a little earlier under the CIP, where we're potentially looking at an allocation of the America Recovery Plan dollars. Then that's what we're kind of waiting to find the details on.
And you spoke earlier, I think, when Mr. Santos brought up the question about, and Mayor Laura also addressed it, being able to use some of that, possibly use some of that money. We don't know for personnel, but would it be something that could be wouldn't it be more of a one-time cost? In other words, you couldn't use it to set and pay for future salaries, correct?
I think if you were to bracket the dollars to those employees that were here reporting every day and having contact out in the general public, let's say. So, and we've got various units from utilities to public safety to transit, all those operations, community services, everybody who was here and making that. And then their immediate supervisors, because there's some contact there. So if you kind of contemplate that and you go back and look at the months and the time of year that we were in various elements of our major COVID response, there's probably about 1,600 hours or so of last year, from March through January this last year, that I think are potentially reimbursable to look at. The allocation allows you to provide for that additional compensation of up to $15 an hour to a maximum total payment of $25,000. That's the bracket that's there. So if you look at applying under whatever assumptions we finally get to, I think that would consume probably about 2.6 million, 2.7 million of the potential 9.6 million that you have.
But we really don't know the details on that. But
we don't.
I think we all are of the opinion, because it was brought up when earlier in the meeting this was discussed, that we do appreciate everything that our staff has done over COVID. And if we can provide for some retroactive support for them, that we all want to do that. But speaking to the 18 million-ish in reserve, that is something that if we as a city decided to have less reserve, then that money could be used for other things. But do you think I think, if I looked at the budget this year, our expenses are 2 million more than our revenue. So will that be going into the reserve, just lessening the amount that we add to the reserves
Yeah,
because of that?
So you've had allocations you've taken out of reserve. So for example, the internal service funds that we have, you've taken reserve, so you've taken from that general fund reserve and you've moved that over for capital replacement and for your service funds. So you've got dollars that you're pulling out. You know, based on our 25% threshold, you need to be sitting right around probably $8 million, $9 million in your reserve to keep you at your 25% threshold. You never want to drop below 15% of your recurring operating revenue. So a lot of those reserve funds are actually being pulled out and being repurposed and put to work. For example, you know, we talked about, I think, $2.5 million that goes towards a set aside for pension liability. And so, you know, those things are critical, and those are going to help address, you know, some of those ongoing needs that you have. And so, you know, what the city had seen over the last several years has really been where you have end of year revenues coming in higher than what was forecast, and you had end of year expenditures coming in some cases significantly below what was being programmed or budgeted. For example, the fire contract. You know, fire contract, you know, we would get an estimate from the contract that said the projected cost for a fiscal year was $4.5 million. When we saw the actual final bills on that fire contract, it really came in at $4.2 million, if you looked at that final number. And the reason for that is that when the Riverside County Fire Department calculates the costs, they get payroll costs that come from CAL FIRE. CAL FIRE will estimate the top salary, the absolute top step salary for every position that may be assigned to your Beaumont stations. Well, the reality is they do that because they move people around. So they can have the most senior, you know, battalion chief that gets brought over to Beaumont for a given period of time, and then they're moved, and then you bring a junior one in. So they're not spending what their total estimated cost estimate is. So and then the escalators may not kick in the way they were. So, for example, I think year before last there was about $700,000 or $800,000 of county fire contract money that wasn't spent, that came in under budget. So we tried to cool those out and kind of repurpose and move those over, because you're cutting services short, you're cutting streets short, you're cutting parks short, you're cutting public safety short by those allocations. So we try to bring those down, repurpose those dollars over. You know, for example, looking at those 3 police officers, the trainee, looking at those new 2 street crew members, you know, things like that. So it's pulling those dollars from where they were being allocated, moving them and repurposing them to where they need to go.
Okay, and I appreciate your guys' indulgence, but I have one last question or comment. So you came in and it was October 31st of 2017?
2016.
2016.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
and none of us were here before 2014. And in 2008, we had a major economic event that affected the entire country. And at that time, we thought that our city was sound and there were no layoffs, no one was let go. But when you came in, you found what we had found, which was that all of our reserve funds had been expended to cover costs of personnel that we shouldn't have been covering because we just didn't have the ability to. While other cities all around us were terminating and laying off people to make sure that they didn't get to where we were. So I'm trying to bring that up because I think it's important that people want to take a look at that large reserve and say, hey, that reserve can be used for more short-term or other issues without, you know, being concerned what could happen in 2008 could easily happen again. And I think that we have taken the approach that we're going to make sure that we're not going through and going through all of our reserves and spending money that we may need in an emergency. So That's why I went to this direction, and that's why I brought up those points is, again, I think it's great to have that kind of reserve, and it shows a very sustainable and responsible approach to the budget. And so I wanted to thank both you as well as Mr. Mullenkamp and Ms. Station and the rest of your staff for putting together such a strong, balanced budget. So thank you.
Thank you.
And just to support that assertion, most cities, Jennifer and I deal with CSMFO, which is a group of finance officers. Most cities have a policy that actually precludes using one-time funds or general fund reserves for ongoing expenditures. So you're entirely correct in your assertion.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, sir. I think we're ready for the next section, Mr. Mullenkamp.
Okay, thank you, Phil. Then moving to the wastewater fund, you have revenues of a little under $11.8 million and expenses at the same level for a completely balanced budget. Revenues increasing by $889,000, 8.2%, and revenues and your expenses increasing on a budget to budget basis by the same amount. And this increase in expenditures, just to kind of get into that slide a little bit more, is partly because of it incorporates the annualization of expenses, new positions. As you recall, we added some new wastewater positions midstream. And this takes those positions and gives them the full year cost for 22. So that's part of your growth in addition to some of the enhancements and new growth that's built into this budget. So this gives you a little bit of historical perspective. 20 is an actual number on here. 21 is the most recent budget you have. And then 20, that's the proposed revenues for 22. And this is the sewer fee revenue. Okay, so if you look at the prior slide, it had a slightly higher number because there are some small revenues that also make up the total. But this is your primary revenue, which is the fees that we charge customers for using the sewer system. This slide breaks down your expenses, provides for personnel operating. It gives you a sense of the growth. Couple of notes I want to make on this are that you have personnel growth at about 16%, operating growth at about 11% from budget to budget, year to year. Your capital improvements are growing, and that's mostly contained in the enhancements that we'll talk about in a moment. Contingency is left right at around the $100,000 mark. And then the transfer out includes debt service, capital projects, and also your overhead transfer to the general fund. And so that's all boiled into those three things into those numbers. The reason it's actually slightly lower for fiscal year 22 is because we're using a higher amount of development impact fees, or DIF, to support our debt service. For fiscal year 21, we're using about $282,000. That bumps up to $500,000 for fiscal year 22. So that's one of the anomalies I want to point out to you. The debt service itself is actually only going up a small amount. It migrates up just a few $1,000s each year, but but the reason that's going down is primarily because of that. You do have in that transfer out for 21 was $200,000 allocation to capital projects. In 22, there's a $400,000 allocation to capital projects. So these are the enhancement requests that are built into the numbers we just discussed. You have a utilities general manager, just a new position that would be overseeing the entire operation, including the Title 22 water once that is fully developed. And then you have a couple of capital expenditures that I talked about were involved in that capital improvement increase. So this jetter truck is for collection line maintenance, and then a spill cleanup tank called Water Buffalo. And I never knew something like that existed. But But apparently they do. And they're essential to clean up spills. And then root control, apparently, that's one of the biggest challenges they have. I know we have Thaxton here if you need to talk to about any of these specific enhancement requests. But those total 493,000. Again, those are built into the numbers that you saw, and it's part of your balanced budget.
And Mayor, Jeff, let me jump in for a quick second. So one of the things that's important to note, actually, could you bring that slide back up, please?
Which one?
Yeah, that one, that's it. So there's some increasing monitoring and reporting requirements that are related to wastewater operations. So we're going to be mandated and required to show how we are starting to implement certain line maintenance efforts in order to maintain our wastewater systems. So the intent is to eliminate spills, to eliminate breakages in the lines, things like that. So not only are we now going to be required to itemize out what we're doing, we're also going to show, budgetarily how we're accommodating for that and what we're spending year to year. So I guess really it's kind of that MOE concept that we're looking at on some of our highway money. So maintenance of effort. So the jetter truck, when you look at that $175,000, we have a large Vector truck. It cannot get into the smaller confined spaces that we need to get into for jetting out smaller lines, things like that. This is a smaller truck that would actually allow you to get in and do some of that jetting and maintain some of those things. And so we think that that's going to be critical to us as we begin to meet these additional mandates for maintenance. Again, that's a one-time cost that hopefully that's a piece of equipment that we don't have to replace for some period of years. It would go into internal service funds for replacement and depreciation over time. The root control is another major issue. Again, and that goes back into that ongoing maintenance effort that is going to be required as we kind of move forward. So, so when you look at that equipment, those are really kind of helping to address an operational need that we have, but also to begin to address some of those other legislative requirements that we have for operating the sewer system moving forward. Thank you, Jeff.
Good. Okay, and that's the end of my wastewater slides. I'll be happy to pause and see if there's any additional questions or discussion on wastewater before I turn it over to Jennifer.
Looks like we're good to go, Jeff.
Okay, all right. Well, then I'm going to turn it over to Jennifer to talk about all funds and talk about how everything flows together. And no one's better than Jennifer. She has superior knowledge to me in this particular area. Jennifer, go ahead, take it away.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is the all funds portion of the budget, which will be referencing the all funds summary, which is on page 1358 in your packet. It's attachment F. The all funds summary is a citywide fiscal year 21 estimated revenues and expenditures and estimated ending fund balances, and the fiscal year 22 citywide budget, which is a snapshot of the inflows and outflows of the different funds that support city operations and capital improvements. Jeff, if you could forward the slide, thank you. So we will start with the operating funds category. The major funds within this category are the general fund, which contains the vast majority of your city operations, and the wastewater fund, which includes all the direct operations to run the city's sewer system. All the other operating funds in this category help to support general fund operations, and in some instances have direct expenditures. For example, gas tax and CFD revenues are collected within their own fund and are transferred into the general fund to support general fund services. And I'll get more into that on the next slide. For fiscal year 22, the funds that have transfers into general fund are gas tax at 1.2 million, citizen options public safety at 62,000, CFD administration at 1.1 million, CFD maintenance at 4 million, and CFD public safety funds at 605,000. The services provided by these transfers include the street maintenance program, cadet program, accounting and finance, CFD software, CFD administration, parks and grounds, streetlight maintenance, and fire services. The general fund and wastewater fund within the wastewater system are the least restrictive out of operating funds. All the other funds in the operating section of your attachment have some level of restriction on their use. Next slide, please. Capital improvement funding are funds that are used to support capital improvements within the city. These funds are restricted in their use and are used to support capital improvements either in the CIP or direct expenditures within their fund. For example, you have street improvement funding such as SB1, Measure A, and CDBG transferring to the General Capital Projects Fund to support the CIP street projects. And these funds are transferred into the General Capital Projects Fund as the expenses occur. Also is the CFD funding source for CIP also works the same, and the funds are transferred in to cover the CIP projects when the expenses occur. Next slide, please. The fiscal year 22 budget for capital improvements that support the CIP are SB1 at $863,000, Measure A at $1,060,000, CDBG at $130,000, and CFD at $250,000. And you saw all of these in Christine's presentation with her CIP. Next slide, please. Capital expansion funds are funds that are used to track each type of development impact fees that are charged to developers within the city. They are restricted for new expansion projects to address new development. These funds are programmed into the CIP and address the new development. They're transferred in for CIP capital projects, and they're transferred in to cover those expenses as they occur. For example, your traffic signal mitigation funds will transfer into the General Capital Projects Fund as the CIP project expenses occur, and the wastewater mitigation funds will transfer into the Wastewater Capital Projects Fund as those project expenses occur. Next slide. For fiscal year 22, budget for capital expansion include traffic signal mitigation of $150,000 and wastewater mitigation of $450,000. And you saw those projects also within Christine's presentation for the CIP. As Jeff mentioned earlier, we are using $500,000 of the wastewater mitigation funds to cover a portion of the wastewater debt service payment, and those funds are transferred into the wastewater capital fund where the debt service expense actually occurs. And with that, I know it's kind of a lot, and this can be somewhat confusing. So if there are any questions, I'm happy to address those right now.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, just for transparency, the CFD capital funds are noted as CFD capital as opposed to the CFD service fees, correct? So
Correct.
For the public that's trying to track that or look at that, they're both clarified in different funding, right?
Correct.
Okay, I just want to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you. That looks like we can move on.
Okay, and then Jeff's gonna go back into the internal service funds.
Okay, thanks, Jennifer. Appreciate it. Yeah, that's so difficult. Some of that I don't even ask questions. So I understand. But you're in great hands with Jennifer. She knows the numbers better than I do, as I mentioned. Internal service funds. One of the things that the city manager asked me to do when I came on here was to really look into getting some internal service funds up and running. And I'm pleased to say that we've made some good progress on that. The city council on December 15th allocated $6.3 million, as you can see on this slide, from the CFD administrative funds. We had some surplus funds from prior years that had not been spent. So these funds were allocated to as the seed money for this program. $3.5 million for your facility maintenance fund, 1.4 for the vehicle, 800,000 for your information technology, and then 600,000 for an equipment replacement fund. And so we've had made some really good progress in that. I could say we fully developed 2 of the 4 models. The vehicle replacement and information technology equipment ISF funds are up and running. We are allocating funds from the department budgets to the funds. We have identified the direct expenditures that are going to occur. And so we're ready to present a budget to you for that. Keep in mind that as with any budget, there needs to be room for flexibility as we go forward. Budget amendments might need to take place. We might look at some vehicles that are scheduled for replacement and identify that they really don't need to be replaced. And so instead of having the full amount of vehicles, you see 22 on the slide at the bottom there, it may be that you only replace 18 because The other 4 are really operating well. They're low on maintenance and they can keep running for a while. So this is a budget that we're looking at right now, spending $236,000 out of the IT infrastructure fund and $898,000 out of the vehicle replacement fund. And you can see we're replenishing those funds with $250,000 coming in from departments and almost $465,000 coming in from departments for the vehicles. We have a very detailed schedule that runs out several years, 10 years for each of these plans, that has the inflows and outflows budgeted over the years. I think one of the council members asked earlier, what do we got going on the CIP? Well, as with the ISF, we also have those 10-year plans. When you get to the facility maintenance, it's more like a 25 to 30-year plan. So, and that model's not quite done, but it's pretty close. So the facility maintenance and equipment replacement funds still need some development. We actually haven't really started on the equipment replacement fund, other than identifying a general amount that needs to go into it. The facility maintenance, it's under development. There's still some areas where they're trying to figure out what needs to stay in it versus going into the operating budget, what needs to go to the CIP, and what things maybe don't need to get done. But we used the Dude software, worked with Doug Story and Elizabeth over in community services, and spent a lot of hours combing through the software. And it's a preventative maintenance program that the city engaged in, and it was really the key to get us as far as we got on this project. Right now, for the facility maintenance plan, we have a contribution going in for $250,000 to make sure that we're seeding money into this. We'll have to reassess that over the next year or so to see exactly the right size that contribution to the plan. It might be closer to $300,000, might be slightly less than $250,000, but it's going to be between $250,000 and $300,000 more than likely. Maintenance projects, as Christine had mentioned earlier, just a little over, almost $1.5 million, and she highlighted those that are part of the CIP. As far as the equipment replacement fund, we're suggesting, and we built into the budget as a transfer out. I talked about that $400,000 transfer out. $150,000 of that is going into the equipment replacement fund. That's to make sure that this fund gets seeded and to show the full cost of running this plan. Over the next year, you'll be able to build this model and have the replacement fund for equipment ready to go with identifying the timing over the next 10 years of what needs to be replaced. And that number of 150,000 will probably change somewhat. It may be slightly lower than that in future years, depending on the needs of the city. That is it as far as our presentation. Be happy to go back and redress anything or move forward. Any questions? And if there's any desire for more information when the budget comes back.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Nicole, do we have any public comment? I want to make sure we catch those before we move forward.
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line, Nicole.
Okay, so we'll go for a wrap up on council questions. Councilman Martinez?
Yeah, Jeff, does equipment include vehicles or is it just building equipment?
So the equipment would include some vehicles that are not your typical vehicles that might like backhoes and things of that nature. So to some degree, the equipment would include that type of thing, but it doesn't include your standard vehicles.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I'm good.
Just a couple, Jeff. First of all, you guys did an excellent job, Mr. Parton, Jeff, and staff. It's really exciting to see that we have the internal service funds that we're starting to develop. And kind of going back to Mayor Pro Tem's questions earlier, did we have internal service funds to replace necessary equipment, say, 5 years ago?
No, there was nothing that was ready, programmed, or kind of structured that would have looked at that.
So we've balanced the budget, and now we're providing for internal service funds to basically fund ongoing costs such as police vehicles and where we're not looking to pull big chunks of money out of the budget to cover these costs, correct?
Yes, sir.
You touched on pension liability. I've also heard it referred to as an unfunded liability. Do you know what the total dollar amount of that pension liability is that we owe, the city owes offhand?
Well, the pension liability is an interesting construct because you've got CalPERS that calculates what your contribution rates are based on their program in terms of what their estimated returns for investments are and based on what the desired level of investment is for each one of the member agencies. And so they factor us in. So we're sitting right around 70% funded here at the city of Beaumont. I can't remember the exact number.
Yeah, as of June 30th of last year, you know, we have an audited financial. We were 18.2 million as far as our net pension liability.
That's 18.2 million of money that the city basically owes, that we make payments on, right?
That's correct. That's
And I
correct.
believe council provided direction last month to set up a pension fund or to start looking ahead.
Yes, sir.
Of about 2.5 million that's going to be set aside that can't be used for anything else other than the pension, correct?
That's correct. So it's set aside there, and that does two things for you in looking at the budget. So when we're looking at all these funds,
Right.
what we're interested in is making sure that programming and enhancements that we're providing are sustainable within a 5-year window minimum. And so when we look at the general fund, we look to see those other funds, for example, general fund would need to see about a 5% annualized increase in revenue in order to make that sustainable. So if you look at the budgetary allocations that we have, assuming full expenditure of this budget document, and then you grow that by about 4% total expenditure over the next 5 years, you would need to see that 5% so range increase in general fund to keep up with that. So the question is, okay, if we get a downturn, what happens, right? What happens in that situation? So we've got some safety valves the way the budget's built. So one of the first things you could look at would be that 2.5 million that you currently have set aside that you want to get to a program of seeding a little bit more every year now as an ongoing thing, just like with your internal service funds. But how you structure that may allow you to say, hey, chips are down, we'll use that as a reserve basically to pay pension liability, contributions that you need, and then catch back up over a period of time. On the capital replacement, we may say, hey, we're going to withhold for this year, putting those dollars into the internal service funds for capital replacement, or we may defer a building maintenance item. But those are, when the recession hit this last time, we called those Band-Aids. That's what they were called actually in the financial industry, were what Band-Aids was everybody applying. So those are some strategies that we would deploy before we get into reserves and before we begin to draw that down. So you're holding those, you kind of pull back. The internal service funds and the structure that we have here give you transparency. They allow you to see what part of your budget is going towards those items so you don't fall behind, you don't lose track of what you need to replace, and you're depreciating pieces. Like if we buy a large piece like the jetter truck, we need to depreciate that over 10 years. And so there's an allocation that's there. So after that 10th year, we evaluate the equipment. Is it still functioning? Great, it is. And so, but you've got that pot of that 175 that you've already set aside that allows you to buy that new one when it's time. So I don't know if that's answering your question, maybe going too deep, but
It does to a point. I guess the point would be is that this budget is balanced. It is also looking at future costs, ongoing costs that are repetitive over a 5-year period, which is something that we haven't had in years here in the city.
Well, I'll just say this, for example, what we found a couple years ago when we were doing the Building B remodel is that, we had some old AC units in there that just weren't absolutely functional at all. So we had to go back in and redo wiring and create and install an appropriate mechanical system to make that work. The gymnasium, what we found out is there were 2 units on the roof, of which, no, I'm sorry, the CRC, there were 2 large units on that roof. Only 1 unit was working because we had cannibalized the parts off of 1 unit to keep one going. So, we were doing things like that, that just didn't make sense. And so in this building, over actually in the finance department, we've actually had some rain this year. We just removed these ceiling tiles and put a trash can underneath because it's just leaks at that spot. So those are things that we cannot allow to continue to happen, and we need to keep the buildings updated. The Dude software is an amazing piece of software that gets so granular, it would tell you what the total replacement cost for this building would be. And so that's what we have to call out. So they would say, for example, well, the next 30 years, you basically need to allocate, $10 million to redo this building. And that's like redoing the floors, redoing the ceilings, redoing the wiring, the plumbing, everything. Well, that's not really realistic in terms of what we want to do. But what we are worried about is what are the structural elements of this building that need to be taken care of? What are the mechanical, the things that wear out over 10 to 15 years that are large ticket items? And particularly things that staff wouldn't do. Like if we want to replace a door, staff can replace a door. But if it's replacing the HVAC, that's kind of beyond our current capacities. So I'm probably talking too much again.
It's okay. We're good. Thank you very much for the detailed explanation. I appreciate that. Does staff have Mr. Mullenkamp, thank you very much for your detailed PowerPoint. And do you have the direction that you need from council?
Yeah, I think for our purposes, we would just need to know if either the council needs to see more information in order to move forward with adopting the budget, or has any directed changes in what you've seen. I think those would be the pieces of guidance we would need at this point.
Mr. Mullenkamp, I'm looking around and it looks like council's very happy with the direction that you've got, and we're good with you moving forward, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Excellent job.
And Mayor, if I may, I think it's important to note that this is Mr. Mullenkamp's last Beaumont budget presentation. He's is moving on to the next fun stage of his life. So he's leaving us with an amazing document. So, Mr. Mullenkamp, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mullenkamp. I appreciate
You're welcome.
everything you've
Thank
done
you.
for the city. You bet. And I'm sure that you've given Miss Jennifer the benefit of your expertise as well, so we'll be in good hands.
Yeah, you're in excellent hands. Jennifer is very capable, and she and I have worked very, very closely together over the last couple of years, and I'm very pleased that she's going to be stepping in, and I feel confident that she'll do a great job for you.
Had a good teacher.
Jennifer, we look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
She doesn't mean me either. I'm not the teacher.
Nicole, do you need to take a motion? Do we need a motion and a second on this so we can take roll call on the direction provided?
If you'd like to. Just to confirm that you reviewed it and then you want it to be brought back as presented for adoption.
Okay. Go ahead and make the motion.
We don't need a motion.
We don't need a motion. We're good?
We can do a consensus if you'd prefer.
We have consensus on that. Thank you, Nicole. Before we get into number 9, I'm going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break.
Sounds good.
Just couldn't make it, huh?
I couldn't. Okay, we're back at, we're gonna go ahead and restart the meeting at 9:09 PM. That brings us to action item number 9, discussion direction on proposed development standards related to public storage facilities, moving and storage establishments, auto parking facilities, including recreational vehicles, truck stops and terminals, and building and storage yards. Staff report by Miss Christina Taylor.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, great. So before you tonight is this item for discussion and direction regarding storage facilities and the other types of facilities listed in the title of the staff report. Back in October of 2019, Council adopted the urgency ordinance establishing a moratorium on public storage facilities and other related storage uses. That ordinance was extended and is currently in effect until October of this year. At the time, staff requested the council put the moratorium in place. The Economic Development Strategic Plan had been adopted and there were some goals in there. Staff wanted to ensure that we were going to meet, and we were also waiting completion of the general plan. So the new general plan took effect at the beginning of this year. And the general plan goals and objectives are consistent and work to support the EDSP goals and objectives as well. I've included some of the EDSP goals in the staff report and some of the general plan goals and objectives as well. Staff has gone through and preliminarily analyzed development standards and regulations for cities throughout Southern California, including Riverside, San Bernardino, and LA counties. Several, the cities vary in their approach, but typically include, standards that all cities have, including the city of Beaumont, like building height, size, floor area ratio, landscaping, and things like that. But many cities also have other development standards dealing with parcel size requirements, separation distance from similar uses, how storage can be kept, whether it's in enclosed structures or not, and then varying approval processes. In your staff report, there's a pretty comprehensive chart that shows the cities that we surveyed, what the uses are, where the zones are allowed, what their approval process is, whether it's a permitted use or a conditional use permit, and then some basic development standards and design guidelines that those cities also apply. So I won't go through the chart individual or each city because it's quite long, but I'll be happy at the end of the staff report to answer any questions about it. In the city of Beaumont, self-storage facilities are currently permitted only in the manufacturing zone. And that is pretty consistent with what we found in other cities. So from a zoning standpoint, I think we're on the right track. Truck terminals, auto parking facilities, building or contractor storage yards, they're either permitted or conditionally permitted in the city of Beaumont's commercial zones or manufacturing zones. Our existing development standards do regulate building setbacks, floor area ratios, landscaping, parking, and structure heights. As part of the general plan update, the city also has newly implemented basic design guidelines for the downtown area plan, but there are no design guidelines for the manufacturing zones. Staff believes the uses identified in the moratorium are allowed in the appropriate zones, and our approval processes are also adequate. So either looking at something as permitted or conditionally permitted is pretty consistent with what other cities across Southern California use as well. So the newly implemented development standards are adequate to address on-site development concerns. But in addition to the development standards that we currently have in place, staff is recommending for council's discussion this evening some additional standards. And we're proposing the following for discussion, which include a minimum distance between similar uses, a maximum lot size for the use, allowing self-storage or storage yard uses in vehicle terminals on only irregularly shaped parcels, which would not be viable for any other type of development. Requiring storage yards to be contained or to contain their materials entirely within enclosed structure. And require enhanced screening measures such as solid masonry walls or more mature landscaping than what our zoning code calls for various types of storage yards if there is outdoor storage allowed. So at this time, staff is just recommending council provide direction to staff on these development standards, and we're happy to answer any questions and entertain any discussion.
Thank you, Christina. Nicole, do we have any public comments at this time?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
We have, I'll go ahead and open it up to council discussions or for council discussion. Councilor Martinez?
Yeah, I got a question, Christine. So currently right now, we're only permitting in manufacturing zones for self-storage facilities, correct? And there is no change in that from staff's recommendations.
Yeah, we're not proposing any changes to zoning.
Okay, good.
So we have them appropriately located with the current zones and the way the code is currently set up. We do have existing storage facilities that were entitled years ago that are in non-manufacturing zones. We consider those legal non-conforming uses, so they are allowed to continue operation in perpetuity as long as there's no lapse in their business license or operations for a period of, it's either 6 months or a year. And then that would constitute losing their ability to operate.
Are they allowed to expand?
No, so the way non-conforming uses work, anything considered non-conforming is not able to expand.
Okay, all right. Okay, so just as a comment, since I'm on the mic, I'm in favor of being a little bit more strict on this. I think it's a good idea. And I like the idea of maximum lot size as well, especially hearing what we've heard today with the market analysis.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the size of these compared to the employees that they employ and the tax revenue is just not a part of what our overall strategic goals are. And therefore, I think I do support that. So I'm in agreement with here. I don't see much that I would be opposed on, but I'm willing to hear more comments. So thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, sir. Mayor Pro Tem White.
Thank you. So, what you're asking from us tonight is not something we're going to approve all the standards and design guidelines. Thank you. So what you're asking for us here you're not asking us to approve these standards and design guidelines. You're asking for feedback, and I guess you're going to bring this back for another meeting for us to actually approve these guidelines. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. So after going through all of the standards that we found from all the cities that are included in the chart in the staff report, we pulled the concepts and ideas that are used in other places that we think could be most appropriate for use here. So we could incorporate all of them. We could pick a few to incorporate. It's really up to council's discussion. I'm happy to elaborate on the reasons why we felt each one could be used, in the city. But yeah, I'm not asking for approval of anything. We're just having a discussion, and then we'll dive into whatever of these items or recommendations you guys would like to see brought back in a more formal capacity.
So I agree with Mr. Martinez that we need to have guidelines and requirements, and I think those are ones that we need to develop in a way that's responsible for development in our city. And the reason I asked you that earlier question is because you really are just asking us, do we want setbacks? Do we want lot size max? Those kinds of things. You're not actually proposing, here's a 10-foot setback, or here's the maximum lot size, correct?
Right. So right now in the zoning code, we have setbacks that are established. We have landscaping requirements that are established. We have parking standards that are established. What we don't have are the items such as distances between use or minimum or maximum lot sizes for a particular use. We don't have requirements that say if you're going to do a storage yard, you have to have all of your materials kept in an enclosed building. We don't require enhanced landscaping or screening if someone is going to store something outside. So, we have a baseline of set development standards, but they are just applied universally across the board to any use that would be permitted in the zone, where we believe these particular uses in the moratorium pose an issue with achieving some of our economic development goals and some of the general plan goals.
But what I'm getting at is eventually we will see more detailed guidelines and standards, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, and the reason I bring that up is in the past when we've looked at issues like our building permits and fees, we were heavily criticized at the time, and I understand there are two sides to every story, but we were criticized by associations like the BIA, the Business Industry Association, that we didn't include them in the guidelines and helping us understand what makes a lot of sense. And I know that when we brought this up and we agreed reluctantly on my part to continue the moratorium for a little bit longer to give you this time, I at the time asked you if you would reach out or would welcome comments from members of the industry like storage and truck yards and associations like that. Have you had any of those kinds of communications?
Yeah, I think Carol and I both have. We receive probably 3 to 5 calls a week from either real estate brokers or businesses wanting to establish storage facilities of some variety in the city of Beaumont. And so what we've done on each of those calls is let them know we have a moratorium in place. We're working on developing some standards. We're going to be taking the item to council and asking them to send us feedback, send us some correspondence on what they think would work for their industry.
But at this point, there's nothing for them to provide feedback on other than just the general direction that you're asking from us tonight, correct?
Correct. So once we get some more general direction, I think it would be more appropriate if council wants to include this in the direction to reach out to groups such as the BIA or other, realtors or businesses related to these types of uses and provide them the information so then they could either communicate with staff ahead of time or participate through the public hearing process.
Okay, and good. I think that's important that I know there are associations out there that represent all different types of businesses. There are, and I'm not just talking about the BIA. I don't know that the BIA is appropriate in these discussions, but NAOP and some of the other business associations might be able to give us some guidance on what to bring back. Because, none of us, with the exception of maybe the mayor, have a whole lot of background in these kinds of standard designs and guidelines. And I'd like to get some feedback from people in the industry or the association. So okay, I just want to get a full understanding of where we are on this. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Finn?
Yes, thank you. So a question I have is in reference to storage yards. I'm seeing more of a need where we've got more individuals and more small businesses working out of their home, but they need equipment, storage. In particular, if it was a contractor that's got a construction truck that's not supposed to park his vehicle in an HOA neighborhood out on the street. I've even seen more activity at storage facilities where people go in there on a daily basis and their inventory is in a storage locker, and so forth. So I see the need for that, but I certainly want to make sure that it's tastefully done, but also I like the idea of letting the market dictate itself a little bit and what the needs are coming to the city. I appreciate Mayor Pro Tem White's comments about reaching out to the community. Perhaps we can have help from the Chamber of Commerce to get that word out. But what I do see is in other cities in particular, and I remember I was just recently in Bloomington going through, and what well, I'm not gonna pick on them too much, but what a mess. Where people were using their large lots for semi-truck storage, just stuff everywhere. But I also don't want to be so restrictive that, you know, if somebody was to put together a storage yard, that they have to line the whole lot with trees or an 8-foot block wall to hide it and so forth. They want it to be reasonable, you know, and so forth. So getting that input would be nice to hear, and then seeing what those demands that are out there. Typically, it's the more homes, the more storage units, you know, they build homes smaller. There's not many closet space, not much closet space in homes. Many homes have 2-car garages, so you only have to have a 2-car wide garage door, you know, or driveway. So you don't have a whole lot of parking in the street, not a whole lot of places to put things. People hang on to their stuff, you know, sometimes they should let it go, but there's a need that's out there. And so I'm not really sure what staff would need, and I'd like to hear a little bit more in terms of just a regular general equipment storage yard, and also the definition of a future self-storage when it comes to outside storage. I know some places offer RV storage within their facility. It's just some parking lanes that they can park a half restored old vehicle or a trailer or a boat or an RV. Do those things need to be covered? Do they need to be behind a fence? I know sometimes security reasons they want that to not be seen, so it you know, undesirables don't target that area. So I'd like just to see some more information and maybe more, I don't want to call it a workshop, but just maybe some specifics of what staff is asking for. Because I've got some thoughts, but I don't know where to go with it.
Okay.
So just my 2 cents.
Councilmember Fenn, it might be helpful when we come back if we maybe split out the uses, because what I've discovered in looking through what other cities are doing, it's there's some distinct differences between the self-storage mini storage facilities and how those need to be treated versus a contractor storage yard or truck storage or something like that. So I think when we bring this back to you, we probably we'll bring it all back together, but we'll have 2 distinct conversations, one that deals with self-storage and then one that deals with sort of the general storage yard conversation.
Okay.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, Christina, I mean, you're right on that. We have to you have to do a presentation to us. I mean, what's the you know, the difference on the mini storage, and also the some of the trailer. Right now, we have some storage in here that do the same, both mini storage and also the RV storage for that. I mean, I'm not for the construction, storage and everything on this. I think we have to do, especially on the city stuff, especially the design, structural design, and comprehensive guidelines for us. I mean, if you could present that, and so the council could discuss it and see what kind of guidelines that we have to review or approve, and that'll be really helpful for us. And on self-storage, I mean, way back then, I mean, I like the self-storage, especially on the medical field. And now that replace, when I say that, because they do store all their paperwork and everything, even the accountants and the lawyers, they have this, storage for that. And that's very profitable for the city and the owner of the storage. Now we have the iCloud. So, that really, defeat most of the storage in the area, especially in Pasadena, in Glendale, even here in San Bernardino. So I'm talking too much on this. I mean, but I'm not more storage on the building materials storage. I mean, I'm looking for mini storage, yard storage, so we could manage it well and it look good. I mean, guidelines on landscaping, comprehensive on design and structural, that would be great. Thank you, Mayor.
Sure. Christina, I like the direction that you're going with this. For me, I like the walls, I like the enclosures, because you look at the one that's on Sixth Street, there's a chain link fence. You know, and I do like the mature landscaping, but I also think we need to look at, options as far as the area that it's gonna be located in. Is the design consistent with the buildings around it? So I do see there's that aspect to it, but I do like the direction that you're taking this. One thing I would like you to maybe consider is if you're looking at solid masonry walls, I think we need to be conscious of the height. Maybe they need to be more decorative, because I know I've seen some masonry walls make it look like more of a prison than it does a storage facility. So if you would just take that into consideration as well. And maybe perhaps photos of examples when you have, for example, if you're looking for mature landscaping, maybe there's photos of what you're showing, and you can compare the two so that we can get a better understanding of what it is that you're talking about. Because I do think that's a great idea, because a lot of times you're waiting 5, 10 years for the landscape to fill in to cover up the whatever facility it is, rather than getting larger landscaping to do it in a quicker time.
Sure thing.
Okay.
Yeah, we will keep diving into this and bring some things back and try and build in some flexibility as well. So maybe it's not an all or nothing situation. Maybe it's masonry, decorative, or maybe it's wrought iron with mature landscaping. So we'll dive into this some more based on what I've heard tonight, and reach out to stakeholders that would be affected by this or might have some input, and then bring you back some more specific ideas and options that we might be able to work with.
Okay, Councilmember Finn has another question.
Yeah, and just a comment, and so on the agenda item, we've got truck stops in there. Having been raised by a trucker, both my dad and my stepdad, I don't want that anywhere around us. I don't know that we'd have the room for it anyway, but it breeds prostitution, drugs problems, all kinds of stuff that I saw as a young adult that doesn't need to be, in my opinion, anywhere near our city. And so if there was any talk or request or something like that, I don't think it's a good idea for our family community here. Okay. And I think there's enough support services for truckers in nearby cities, you know, within a 30-minute drive from us, that those services are there. So I don't know what triggered that to be on there, but that's something I want to push and keep away.
Okay. So we've got consensus from the direction provided by council. Christina, are you good to go?
I believe so, yes, Mayor.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Nicole?
Thank you.
We have consensus on the direction that was provided.
Thank you.
All right. Moving right along, item 10, action item 10, ratification of emergency repair costs to the Lower Oak Valley Lift Station. Staff report by Mr. Thaxton Van Bell. Sorry.
Good evening, Council. Yes, what's before you here tonight is to ratify the emergency repair costs for a pump at Lower Oak Valley Lift Station. To kind of set the scene, the Lower Oak Valley Lift Station receives flow from the Fairway Canyon neighborhood via a force main, and then also collects all the gravity flow from a geographical area between the 10 and San Mateo Canyon Road, east of Palmer and roughly west of Cherry Valley. Our staff, during a routine status check, noticed impending pump issue. We were able to pull the pump, have it inspected, and this allowed us to save losing the entire pump and having the ability to have it rebuilt, which saves money and happens on a much shorter timeline. And I want to take a moment here to recognize the staff in their efforts. Wastewater Supervisor Kevin Lee and our collection crew, it's greatly appreciated their efforts and them looking out for the city on matters like this. So with that, if you have any further questions or comments, I'd be glad to answer them.
Thank you very much, Thaxton. Nicole, do we have any public comment?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to ratify the cost of emergency repairs completed and paid to Xylem Water Solutions USA, Inc.
I'll second.
in an amount not to exceed 40,000.
I will second. Sorry.
No problem.
Must have been that monster I had.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Yes. That brings us to item number 11, approval of the fiscal year 2021 local responsibility area wildland protection reimbursement agreement. Staff report by Chief Talise, the one and only.
Evening, Mayor and Council. And so as you're aware, the city contracts with CAL FIRE for our protection services. Within the city of Beaumont, we have 1,173 acres of designated wildland area that's not covered specifically under our CAL FIRE contract. And as you may recall, each year we bring forth to council this agreement so that if there is fire in that area, that it'll be covered by the state costs. And so there has been a slight increase in the cost this year, which would bring our total requested amount to $44,080.58. And this would cover the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2022. And with that, I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Chief. Nicole, do we have any public comment on this?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
If council does not have any questions or comments, I'll look for a motion.
There it is, I found it. Mayor, I'll make the motion. I'll waive the full reading and approve by title only a resolution of the City Council of the City of Beaumont, California, approving an agreement with the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection for services from July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2022, fire protection services within the local responsibility areas within the city, and authorize the mayor to sign the fiscal year 2022 agreement with CAL FIRE for fire protection services within the local responsibility areas within the city.
I'll second.
Councilmember Santos?
Yes.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Yes.
I'll second.
Thank you, Chief, and you'll be up there for the
Councilmember
next
Santos?
one.
Yes.
Police
Councilmember
Depart-
Fenn? Yes. Councilmember?
Deja vu.
There's the delay.
That's 8 yeses.
Yeah.
Motion carries.
I think that's extra council members. That brings us to item number 12, Police Department Vehicle Purchase Adjustment.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. And so on March 16th, 2021, I brought forth to you a staff report requesting the purchase of 5 Malibu police vehicles and then also this Ford F-350 truck for the animal control. When the vehicle was delivered to the C-Tech company for the installation of the compartmentalized boxes, they realized quickly it was the wrong chassis. We reviewed the specs, determined that they had delivered the wrong vehicle. Because we had not taken possession of it, we were able to return it to them. But in there, we discovered that the error was created. They accepted their responsibility. In fact, it sounds like there may have been some internal issues, and that employee no longer works at that place. But the buck stops here. It seemed like a deal that I probably should have caught on in those regards because of the price difference. Sometimes you hope they're clearing out old fleet or old stock, but in this case, that wasn't the case. It was the wrong specs, and so I accept that responsibility. Bring forward to you the corrected request, which would be $40,307.25. So it's an increase of about $7,884 to have the right vehicle. And from there, I can answer any questions you may have on this.
Thank you, Chief. Nicole, do you have any public comment on this?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
We do not have any questions from council. I'll look for Councilmember Finn.
Chief, do they have the truck on the lot? And the reason why I ask is
Yeah.
my son sells vehicles, and they have a shortage of vehicles right now, and especially especially with trucks. Just
Yeah.
across the industry because of COVID and the lack of computer parts and so
Right.
forth.
It's a great question. And so fortunately, they do have the correct vehicle. And we need to get this one because we're not even assured of 2022 or, 2023 because of that microchip issue. In recognizing their error in this, they have held that vehicle because Ford across the board has told all their dealerships to go with somewhere near a 20 to 25% increase on their current stock. They're not doing that on this vehicle. They're holding it for the price that we should have been quoted and got the correct vehicle.
Very good. Thank you.
Yes, you're
Good to
welcome.
hear. No, that's great.
You want to make
Okay.
a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion then.
No pressure.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move that we authorize the additional cost of $7,884.07 for the adjusted total of $40,307.25 for the purchase of a Ford F-350 from Ken Grody Ford.
I'll second.
Councilmember Santos?
Aye.
Councilmember Finn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. That brings us to action item 13, approve the purchase of 2 F-150 Super Crew trucks and 3 F-250 trucks in the amount of $140,100 from Fairview Ford. Mr. Doug Story, staff report.
Hi, Council. Thank you. Yes, I have before you tonight a staff report, the same meeting that Chief was just talking about on March 16th, 2021. City Council, you guys approved some adjustments to our operating budget, and in those adjustments was the purchase for our department of 5 vehicles. We would like to replace some of our very old vehicles that are currently being used by some of our grounds staff. We're looking at replacing 3 F-250 vehicles and 2 F-150 vehicles. When we came from this meeting, the meeting on the 16th, we went out and contacted some dealers and wanted to see what was available. We had some responses. Fairview Ford gave us some responses for them, and Sunrise Ford also gave us some responses. We ended up right now in this report, we're coming before you for the purchase through Fairview Ford. Sunrise Ford was a little bit more expensive. The only difference was Sunrise Ford currently does have them on the lot. I think Councilmember Finn, you bring up a good point about the availability of these trucks and some of the difficulties we've had. If you remember, I came before you a few meetings ago for a replacement truck that was damaged, and we are still waiting for that one to be delivered to us. And so it has been a little bit of a challenge finding these dealers that have them. Sunrise has them on the lot, but they weren't the cheapest. Fairview Ford was the cheapest in this instance, and because we're buying 5, then we decided to go with Fairview Ford, unless you guys direct me something different. Yeah, and that's the report that I have for you guys tonight. I think if the recommended action is to approve the purchase of 2 F-150 Super Crew trucks and 3 F-250 regular crew trucks in the total amount of $140,000, $140,097.20 from Fairview Ford.
Thank you
And
very
if you have
much.
any questions, I can answer your questions.
Thank you very much. Nicole, do you have any public comments on this item?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
With that, have any questions or comments from council?
I do have a count.
Pardon?
I do.
Councilmember Martinez.
Yeah, Mr. Story, did you say that Sunrise does have all 5?
They did, and
They
I heard
did.
your question just a few minutes before to Chief, and they do have them on the lot when I was preparing the report. So
We don't know,
2 weeks
but
ago.
Fairview does
2 weeks
not.
ago, they did have those on there, but I haven't talked to them in the last 2 weeks. But that's what they did tell me.
And Fairview does
Elizabeth and
not.
I had discussed that,
And Fairview-
but we decided to go forward with the Fairview. But they
But-
do have them on there, and
but
Fairview does not. So Fairview would have to be shipping them and ordering them and then bring them to us. And
Yeah, I
that
have
lead
an
time
issue
is
with that.
right now, we're expecting between 2 to 3 months.
Now, I know there's a way, we have to ask Mr. Pinckney, but there is a way we can override the lowest bid to go a little higher. If it's got certain circumstances, I do believe we'd have to ask for legal. But I don't know what the council thinks, but the whole idea of ordering, and I'm really not comfortable with that. I'd rather go with what we have and can get. If it's 7,000, I think can be made a case, but let's hear the council. Thank you, Mayor.
Sure, thank you very much. Councilmember Finn?
Yeah, Councilmember Martinez, you bring up a good point, because in talking with my son, he said that his dealership only has 4 trucks total, and that's of all different makes and so, 150s, 250s, 350s, and so forth. I think it would be in the city's best interest to pay the extra money with Sunrise Ford, because they have them on the lot, to get those vehicles. And as Chief had brought up, what it's happening out there is they're charging a premium.
Right.
And some of them, as he pointed out, and I heard the same figure from my son, that they're selling for $25,000 above sticker, because of the lack of inventory. And there doesn't appear to be any short-term change to that. It's gonna take a little while to fix that. So if there's a need now for the vehicles, $7,000 is well spent.
I think those are very good comments. May I ask a question, Mr. Parton? If we were to say, let's just say, for example, that Sunrise Ford only has three of the 5, could we get those 3 so that at least we have new trucks for staff, and then maybe go back to Fairview Ford with the other 2 at the lower rate? Or, because I think at that point, if Sunrise doesn't have them, you've got to order them, so you may as well order the cheaper ones if you can. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Or is that too much? I'm making it more.
So you basically would authorize us up to $147,538.05 to purchase the 5 vehicles. And we can work with Fairview Ford as their optimal. And, but we can check with Sunrise. They may not have these in inventory anymore.
Yeah, we would like to,
So moved.
so move. I'll second.
Thank you.
Now, quick point of order is that I know sometimes we have to move as council to show that there's a circumstance to go above lowest bidder. Do we have to do that at this point?
Yes, and I believe the finding would be that in the interest of the city operations, that this is essential equipment for us to be able to continue to
Is it
operate.
good enough with that, or do we need to vote on that and then vote on the bid?
Well, I think that could be part of your motion.
The motion is amended.
Very well. Okay,
Good with you?
thank you.
Jude?
Good with that?
Who made the motion?
So
Yes.
You made the motion, didn't you?
you made the motion, Mayor, on
and
this one.
second were already there.
And who was our second? Because then we need a new second.
Do you
I
need-
thought I had White as the motion, so
Okay.
I'm.
Yeah, I did make the
Okay.
motion.
You did, okay.
He was just amending it for me, so.
Gotcha.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
There you go.
You agree
So-
with the
So
amendment, though?
amended per the second.
I apologize.
Okay.
Take
Thank
a roll
you.
call, please, before I get myself in more trouble.
Councilmember Santos?
Yes.
Councilmember Finn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Yes. Brings us to action item 14, award of public works agreement for Stewart Park Pool and Pavilion demolition project to Weaver Grading, Inc. in the amount not to exceed $60,200. Staff report by Miss Elizabeth Gibbs.
Mayor, thank you. I am going to allow Doug to also give the staff report.
Thank you. I'm excited to bring this before you. On January of this year, City Council directed city staff to move forward with the draft Stewart Park conceptual plan. And we had some fun conversations about that, and we're excited to see some great new improvements coming there. And before these improvements can happen, we need to get rid of some of the old things that are currently in existence there. And so we put out a notice of inviting bids to invite contractors to come out and give us some quotes on what it would take to demo the pool, the surrounding decking around the pool, the locker rooms, the restrooms, the office over at the pool, the brick wall surrounding the pool, and then also the pavilion area. And so we ran the notice of inviting bids. We had 6 different contractors come out and do a job walk with us and answered some of their questions, and waited to receive their sealed bids. And when those bids opened, Weaver Grading was the lowest bidder at $60,200. And we'd like to move forward with awarding the contract to them so we can get started on this as soon as possible. And so for the recommendation, we're asking to award a public works agreement for Stewart Park Pool and Pavilion Demolition Project to Weaver Grading Incorporated in an amount not to exceed $60,200, and then also authorize the city manager to approve any change orders up to $6,020, and authorize the city manager to execute the agreement on behalf of the city. So we're excited to move forward. If you have any questions, I can answer those for you.
Thank you, Mr. Story. Nicole, are there any public comments?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No callers on the line.
Any comments from Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes, Doug, why is there such a huge difference between first, second, and third highest bids? Do you know why 60,000 one company?
I think when we talked to the contractors, I think the largest part of their bids was the haul off and demolition, or the haul off and dropping off the brick and the concrete somewhere. And so his price for that was significantly cheaper than the other bids that came in. And so I didn't ask what was that specific plan, but that was the big factor. And the agreement says, and the bid schedule said the same thing. Your job in this demolition is to demo the place and then haul off everything that's there. And so just give us a clean slate for that area. And so his bid came in, and that was, when we put them side by side, that was the difference. So I don't know specifically what his plan is for that, but that would seem to be the price difference. For the other group that came in that was so much higher, their demolition or their haul off fees were significantly higher than his.
Okay, and if we approve the bid tonight, when will they start work, and when will it be hauled off?
We are ready to, if you guys agree to this and give us the go ahead to move forward, we will contact him first thing in the morning to get the contract executed and then get it over to our city manager's office, hopefully this week. And we'd like to see it done by July is what we're hoping for.
Okay, thank you.
Completed.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilor Martinez?
Yeah, 2 quick questions, Doug. The demolition that was done by city staff, is that debris already been hauled off, or is that a part of this?
That has, city staff already did do some demolition, and they started to do some demolition over there at the pool. They punctured the shell of the pool, and they were able to fill that with dirt. So this is a continuation of that demolition. The city staff's not going to do anything else for what they had previously done, and they will be moving to kind of demo the rest of everything that's out there.
Is this company taking any of our debris that we've already created?
I don't think so. I think our low boys have already been hauled off from there.
Okay, and the last question is this a part of the 1.4 that we've already approved for Stewart Park, or is this an addition?
No, this would be part of that CIP budget.
Okay,
yes.
Very well. That's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor, can I just add one thing, just to eliminate any confusion? There is a separate demolition project going on at 9th Street Ball Field, and you'll see some low boys out there full of concrete. That's an internal project that our groundskeepers have been working on, but that is outside of this bid that you have before you tonight.
Yes, this bid just includes the pool area and the pavilion area.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move that we award.
I got
Oh,
one comment,
sorry.
sorry. I have one question. On the contractors and do any of those bids identify the location of the landfill for the haul off?
I don't think they did, no.
Do we have anything in our bid documents just indicating that you have to haul off to a legal site?
I don't think it's in the public works.
No.
Just a little concerned about the difference in cost to,
We could add that to our motion.
okay, thank you. You want to go ahead and make the motion with that
Okay.
addition?
Sure. Mr. Mayor, I move that we award a public works agreement for Stewart Park Pool and Pavilion Demolition Project to Weaver Grading, Inc. in an amount not to exceed $60,200. Authorize the city manager to approve any change orders up to $6,020, and authorize the city manager to execute the agreement on behalf of the city with the caveat that there would be no illegal dumping of the demolition material.
Mayor, I'd like to second that, but I would like to ask for an amendment to that. That if for some reason the Weaver is unable to comply with the motion that was just made, that we award the contract to the next highest bidder. Next lowest bidder.
So moved, Mayor?
Sure.
Okay.
If you're okay with
Yes,
that amendment?
yes.
Okay. I don't know if we have to vote on the amendment. I guess he just agreed to it, so we're okay.
Yeah. Did you get that, Nicole, with the motion and the amended motion as well?
I did.
Okay.
Councilmember Santos? Councilmember Finn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Story and Ms. Gibbs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Action item 15, approval of compensation plan and salary table. Staff report by Ms. Carrie Mendoza.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. You have before you the compensation plan and salary table that we separated out. We brought you the new positions separately last week, so now this is a clean copy final version that encompasses those changes you approved last week, as well as the HR payroll technician that you approved earlier this year, as well as those minimum wage requirements and all negotiated salary increases that we talked about that are in the current negotiated MOUs. That 2.5% adjustment that went into effect in January. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have on behalf of the plan.
Thank you very much, Carrie. Nicole, do we have any any public comments on this item?
I have no written comments. Carrie, do we have anyone on the line?
No one on the line.
So with that, council have any comments, or do they wish to make a motion?
If there are no comments, I'll make the motion to approve the compensation plan and salary table.
I'll second.
Councilmember Santos?
Yes.
Councilmember Finn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Yes. And that brings us to legislative updates and discussion.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. So brief update on legislative actions going on. The key highlights for tonight are the deadlines for the state legislature to advance bills out of committees. So April 30th was the last day to advance a bill out of a policy committee. And those either go to the floor if it's a non-fiscal related bill, or they go to the fiscal committee. So therefore, May 7th is the last day for policy committees to advance non-fiscal bills. And then May 21st of this month is the last day for the fiscal committees to advance the fiscal bills to the actual assembly or Senate floor. So just keep that in mind as we are progressing through the legislative session. Staff has been working diligently in each different department to update our tracking list. So we have a status column on that tracking list, and some of those bills that did not make it out of those various committees have been stalled or shelved, or whatever term you would prefer. So we still have them on the tracking list, although the status is on hold per se. And we'll keep those on there in case something happens later on in the session, or if another bill gets cut and amended, and then this one takes its place. But we do anticipate some of these bills that didn't make it out of committee this year to present themselves back next legislative session next year. So that's good news, and I appreciate the diligent work from each of the different departments that tracks these bills that are affecting the city and providing updates to the city council. You probably know this, but if not, the governor in California has issued a plan to fully reopen the state while still following certain CDC and Cal OSHA guidelines. They are aiming to fully open and remove this tiered colored system by June 15th. There are 2 exceptions that I'm aware of, and maybe more will present themselves as we get closer to that date. They're still not going to allow conventions of over 5,000 people, and I don't know if it's immediate concern, but of least interest to us within the pass area is that large outdoor events that do not have fixed seating, such as Coachella, Stagecoach, and so forth, are in that exemptions and are not allowed to reopen currently. That being said, the state is working with those festival operators and is trying to come up with a good plan in place for those types of festivals to reopen safely. The reason I say it's of interest to us is we have a lot of people that may stop in Beaumont or stay in Beaumont during those festivals, that 3 weeks a year. So we've definitely seen a decline, or at least I've heard that from managers of different retail stores within the city, in terms of they're just not seeing that increased volume of sales during that festival period. So we're going to keep a close eye on that. This was touched on both the CIP and the budget in terms of that $9.6 million from the American Rescue Plan. We're nearing the deadline for the funding, and staff is working diligently on keeping track of when that guidance from Department of Treasury is released and being able to not necessarily apply for those funds, but tell the federal government that we are interested in receiving those funds. And then the other one that I had highlighted was the IRS, and you may have heard of the child tax credit. The IRS is instituting and developing a online portal in which people that may or may not be eligible for that tax credit dollar amount for this year and next year are able to simply log in, input information, realize how much of the tax credit payments they may be eligible for and to receive. So just keep an eye out there if you have kids of those ages and you're interested in that tax credit amount. Keep an eye on the IRS for news stories on when that portal is released. And then more recently on the 29th, Governor Newsom did sign the COVID relief bill, which appropriates $6.2 billion in tax cuts to help drive America's recovery, or at least California's recovery. And then Biden has announced a new American Families Plan, which totals $1.8 trillion for expanded access to preschool, community colleges, childcare, and additional health care benefits. So it's brand new since it just came out on the 28th, so we're still digesting that plan, but I did want to bring that to council and the public's attention that it has been released, and we're looking for the content of that bill as it becomes forward. And that concludes my report tonight.
Thank you very much, Kyle. Next is the Economic Development Update.
Thank you. At the last meeting, you saw the Economic Development Committee received a presentation from the retail coach that mirrored or mimicked the presentation that council received tonight. They were able to ask questions, provide feedback to the retail market analysis that was performed, and give staff input on how we may be able to use that as well. We look forward to the next Economic Development Committee meeting, which would be next Wednesday at 4 p.m. And that concludes my report on the Economic Development Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. Appreciate that. As indicated at the beginning of our meeting, there'll be no city treasurer report from Mr. Giannetti. So we'll move to the city clerk report.
City Clerk, Mr. Melman has excused himself this evening.
Okay. Thank you very much. That brings us to the city attorney report.
And I have nothing this evening, Your Honor.
And this brings us to the city manager report, and I know he's got something.
Oh, my. Thank you, Mayor. I humbly accept your offer to present. So, on item 16 in your book is the monthly report, status report on the various activities of the departments. And so, without further ado, I'd like to grind through every single entry in this 50-page report.
Please,
So moved, so seconded, sir. So anyway, but that's there. It's exciting. A lot of interesting things happening. On the planning department report, you can kind of see the status of some of the active development projects that are ongoing. So it's interesting, exciting stuff that's happening there. So, and my condolences to the Lakers. Apparently, they are below the standings. At number 6 behind the Dallas Mavericks, who have dominated them. So, and then my greater condolences to LAFC and the Galaxy, who are behind Austin FC, brand new MLS franchise that's kicking their tails in MLS this season. So, Mayor, that concludes my report for you.
Thank you for that detailed report, sir.
You're welcome.
That brings us to I'm sorry.
Oh.
Mayor Pro Tem White, you have a question for Mr. Parton?
I think these are going to be some quick questions. The answers may not be so quick, but so just I want to get an update on a few items. Cherry Festival, is that completely gone as far as we know? Gosh, I get them to stand up back there. So where are we on the Cherry Festival? Is that not going to happen this year? I haven't seen anything in it. I know it wouldn't obviously be happening at the park, but there was some talk earlier that it might still go on at the Noble Creek.
At Noble Creek, right. As far as we know, there is not an event for this year.
The next one was the fireworks. Are we doing anything for fireworks this year?
Yes, sir. We signed a contract with our pyrotechnics company to do 4th of July fireworks show. We will shoot them off at Stewart Park. Stewart Park will be closed because we'll be doing demolition, be under construction, but at least people can kind of come around and observe the firework display. So.
Okay, and there's really not a chief of police report, but are we going to have issues with all the illegal fireworks that we had last year? Okay. Okay. And then finally, it's about that time of year where we start talking about our schedule for the summer. Are we having any dark meetings in the summer?
No, sir. We have got you guys working steadily all the way through.
Maybe some tan meetings.
What do you want, man?
I'm just asking because some of us.
What day you?
I have nothing specific, but sometimes we do it in July, sometimes we do it in August, and so I just didn't know if that discussion is already.
You want to do both this year, July and August?
There you go. Mayor asking
Take both
you.
months off?
Okay.
Hey.
Is that a motion?
I tell you what, we will give you the month that the Mavericks win the championship. We will give you that month off.
Can't wait.
Oh, okay. So like the second Tuesday of next week. Okay, thank you.
Would you like to make that a future agenda item?
No, I think he normally will come back to us with a plan, right? It doesn't
Give
need
us
to
a
be an
breather?
agenda item. What's
Okay.
that?
To give us a breather?
Yeah. Well, again, I don't mind working. I'm just, like I said, when we usually plan this, we plan it about this time of year, so.
So we've got, so we'll need both of your June meetings. Your first meeting in July is July the 6th, I believe. So it comfortably pockets right underneath the July 4th, so that's good. Then July 20th is,
We had it planned out for us
We can
already.
revisit it
Yeah.
later in the year. I just wanted to put that on the radar, I
Taskmaster.
guess.
We'll bring you cookies.
So that was
for-
the end of my questions. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Brings us to future agenda items.
Mayor, can I, just to follow up on,
A
on
future
on
agenda
the
item?
fireworks, no, on the fireworks.
You had your
Is
shot.
there any, musical thing in there? Sorry.
Yeah, we won't have an event, so we're just
Okay.
going to pop the
Concert.
fireworks. Community Services is reaching out to the radio stations to see if there could be a simulcast that we can do with that. So, but, due to the park being closed and the fact that we're kind of encouraging people to come out, but we're still not trying to do the full community gatherings at this stage. It would be really just a very modest celebration for this year.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
You're very welcome. In fact, with that, Mr. Santos, you can start us off with council reports.
Okay, I'll do that. Now, it's not much to report, but I like to be thankful on the one project that I got involved. I like to say thank you to Susan Faxworth, Robert Paxto, and Jason. And who are they? I mean, they're the one taking care of the encroachment permit. And I got one client that really really satisfied on from the start to apply to the application. Susan or Sue did the application, and good communication with the person, and through the to the inspection and final issuance of the permit. And I'd like to thank them on that. And also Elizabeth Gibbs and Doug Story on the, we have an issue in Tournament Hills on the median. There's overgrown in there, and everybody jump in. I mean, it's almost 4 feet tall weeds in there. And again, I'd like to thank them, especially our third partner in here, and also Kristen Day on that. And there's a lot of things going on that side. If you the council could visit that, I mean, you will see what I'm talking about on the Champion Drive and Desert Lawn on that. But that's the side of the Calamasa side on that. And then also I like to thank the Public Works and especially on the I do drive several times on our city. I saw one graffiti on the sports park we have in there, and that was middle of last week, and then did revisit that on over the weekend. It's gone, and good job. I mean, our staff are doing a really very thorough on checking our city to be safe and clean, and I really appreciate that. I mean, you don't need to call and everything, and they do take care of the the eyesore in the city. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Finn.
I don't have anything to report this evening.
Councilmember Martinez.
Yeah, so just real quickly, I attended RCA yesterday. We're kicking off our public outreach plan, the goal to kind of broaden our communications with the public. So we've been looking into digital advertising, and basically we're trying to promote the program and promote conservation. The RCA staff wanted me to remind council that you should be receiving the newsletter, and if you're not, you can let me know so to make sure that you're on the email list if you'd like to receive that. And lastly, well, almost lastly, we're at 94% on the participating members that have adopted the new fee schedule from the Nexus study. So we're still missing a few, but we're almost there, and we're confident we'll be there very soon. No species of the month, believe it or not. I
Oh,
tell you, that's what
we're
everybody was
waiting
waiting
for
for. Now I can create one, but no,
Okay.
no, I won't create one.
City managers, is that?
I'm gonna, they're getting so rare.
City manager.
So, I guess I could add a backup, but that is all. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, sir. Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes, we had the Budget and Implementation Committee last week for RCTC, and we approved a budget. Believe it or not, they were able to do a budget without that Measure A increase that they demanded that they needed before they went to the voters. So that was good news. And then the other thing that happened in the Budget and Implementation Committee is, in other RCTC committees, there are some members who sit on the commission that are more the squeaky wheel than others. And there are some that even go further than being squeaky wheel, and they complain a lot. And a lot of the complaints seem to be coming from the cities that are getting all the funds. So I've asked for staff to create a geographic map, a GIS map, that shows where our budgeted projects are, where we've spent money for the last 5 years, and going to add to that they show us where the revenue sources are coming from. There have been comments in the past that if the pass, the San Gorgonio Pass, wants help with projects, that we should just stop building houses. And so those are the kinds of comments, and like I said, it's difficult to hear people from Corona complain when I think the RCTC has spent several $1 billion in Corona just over the last 4 or 5 years. So I'm hoping to reveal a little bit more of that information to the rest of the RCTC commission. So hopefully that'll be there. I doubt it'll be there next week, but probably the week after that. And then also, we had a meeting with Erica, and Erica is our JPA that we have with 4 other desert cities regarding communications, and we have been using Erica as a communication network, I guess you would say. And the idea was to move from Erica to PSEC, which is the county's communication, and it'll definitely benefit the city of Beaumont significantly, because it'll make it a lot easier for our police department to coordinate with other Riverside County, other neighbors and things like that. So there has been finally, after we've been working on this for at least a year, 2 years maybe, a pretty much consensus that we will disband Erica and we will move to PSEC. However, there are 1 or 2 cities, I think City of Indio, that still has debt service. I get those a little mixed up, but City of Indio, who has debt service through June of 2023. And so we may either have to wait until then or transition. And this will be coming to council, because we have to give our direction, and we have to approve disbanding Erica and moving that way. And I think Chief at that time is going to have, or Carrie might have, alternative costs. And, the idea of maybe doing a hybrid transition so that we can get our radios on county right away. So I had suggested that some of us could drop off, but the problem is then you leave the burden of that debt service on just a couple cities. And so the legal's gonna look into if there's a way to address that, so that we are moving quicker than 2 years to get there. And that is all I have.
Is that, Mayor, is that one JPA to another?
No, PSEC is just the county.
Just
Do you,
to run.
yeah, do you mind, can he come up and explain that? Yeah, do you mind just explaining what PSEC, it's going to come before council.
Oh, well, we can wait.
Yeah, I guess we can wait,
can
Chief. We'll put you on hold.
We just wanted you to get up.
Yeah.
We're okay.
We don't want to get in trouble with John, and
Yeah, we
his
don't wanna
picture
discuss.
his picture just flashed up, so. Yeah.
Just real quick, the city manager and I discussed really the sheriff about trying to get the sheriff's permit before the full council, perhaps mid-June.
It'll be coming back as a future agenda item then.
There you go.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank
That's
you.
it. That's all I
Mayor
have.
Pro Tem, Mayor Pro Tem, I have your video from last meeting queued
Oh.
up if you'd like.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
go ahead. We'll do that. I have a comment on your RCTC thing.
Okay.
No, go right ahead. Thank you, Nicole.
I forgot all about that.
Is it of this area this time?
That's it. There we go.
Hey!
Thank you, Nicole.
Wow. Thanks, Mayor Pro Tem. That was great. Yeah. Yeah, to your comment in regards to RCTC and the comment being made about stop building homes, I was at a meeting, that was part of my report, with the Cal City Mayor meeting, and we had a special guest, Sullivan Mays, and he reiterated that same comment was told to him.
Hmm.
So it's,
Well, and I think
It's-
that's why our I-10 corridor and not counting on our CTC.
right, but
It's gonna make a lot.
which makes it even more important, but it's disappointing to have an official with that type of a comment, basically non-caring, so to speak. So I'm glad that you're gonna get that. I look forward to those reports that you bring back.
All right.
I was at an unveiling of a student art display board in a Wildflower Park, which is really great. It is a display area for art from the local school. This is the first of many that will be in other parks, which I'm looking forward to. And it's a really nice display board. I thought you'd see a refrigerator with maybe magnets on it, but that's not what it was at all. It was a very nice display. And so I'd like to thank the Park and Rec, Elizabeth Gibbs and her crew for that. And that is all I have. So with that, I will adjourn this meeting at 10:22.
There it is.